Good evening and welcome to the Board of Commissioners meeting of Monday, October 12, 2009. The first item on the agenda is the minutes of the public meeting of September 29, 2009.
Move they be approved.
All those in favor?
Hold on, there's, I think there's a typo on the last page. Tom, this is the September 29th.
Correct.
Just under the public participation, it says that Dan Sherry produced grant documentation that states that renovations to the Willows Cottage, blah, blah, blah. He said, hold on. Sorry, I have a mistake on my note. Sorry about that.
Yeah, actually, I'm a little confused because our agenda says the minutes of September 29. The minutes I'm looking at say 17, 31, and 14. So.
I'm looking at, we've got in our packet, it's 29.
I got 29 as well.
Oh,
Says minutes of the public meeting of August 17,
that meant they were approved.
August 31.
That's
Okay.
approval
All right,
item. That's
good.
approval
All
item.
right. That
At that
explains
meeting,
it.
okay. All right, it's been moved and
All
seconded.
right. So everybody's okay with the minutes of the 29th?
Okay, no, the typo was to the Willows Cottage will be done to the house, the farmer, and his intern.
This is on what page?
This
House
is-
the farmer and his intern. Renovations at the Willows Cottage will be done to house the farmer and his intern.
Oh, to
That's what it
house.
said.
Thank you.
Okay. So
It's been moved and
all
seconded,
those
we're
in
ready to
favor?
go.
Aye?
Aye.
Okay. Next is the notice of executive meetings. There was an executive meeting on October 12, 2009, tonight, to discuss real estate and personnel and litigation, and Mr. Rice, I think, is going to address the litigation.
The two matters that were discussed in executive session involved the Bayshore, Dave Bayshore Human Rights Commission complaint and the Walker's Nursery zoning issue that's on your agenda tonight.
Thank you. The next item is the public hearing regarding ordinance 2009-17 regarding permitting a drive-through, amending the zoning ordinance to permit a drive-through for prescription medicine in the Wayne Business Overlay District. At this point, I'd like to open the public hearing. Hi.
Good evening.
Mr. Masterson, before Mr. Petrosa starts, just for the record, this is a zoning amendment that would permit drive-throughs, which would dispense only prescription medicine. There's been an application filed by Mr. Petrosa on behalf of Rite Aid, and this hearing's been advertised twice. For tonight, it was advertised on September 23rd and September 30th in the local newspaper. Believe we have a local a Township Planning Commission recommendation. We haven't received anything back from Delaware County. They're, I believe, meeting this Wednesday, the 15th, and they'll have their recommendation. So with that, Mr. Petrosa.
May it please the board, my name is Donald Petrosa, and I'm an attorney representing Rite Aid and Paul Mastropieri, the owner of the property at 237-245 East Lancaster Avenue. With me this evening are Paul Newland, who is the Director of Real Estate for Rite Aid Corporation, Robert H. Lynn, who's the project architect, and Christopher J. Williams, who is a traffic engineer. We've requested an amendment to the zoning ordinance, as you know, to permit a single drive-through lane for prescription drop-off, pickup only in the Wayne Business Overlay District. And Rite Aid is proposing to demolish the existing Taco Bell and Blockbuster and to build a Rite Aid at this location. Currently, there's a blanket prohibition of drive-throughs in the Wayne Business Overlay District, and we initially had, as you know, gone to the zoning hearing board, who felt that it was more appropriately handled by a request for an amendment to the board. And at the zoning hearing board, a number of people did speak in favor of the proposed amendment, including the next-door neighbor, the immediate next-door neighbor, who I thought summed things up very well when she said, "I do not object to this. I think the drive-in is a good idea. I had small children, they're grown now, but taking a throwing-up kid into a pharmacy to get something to make him feel better doesn't make a lot of sense to me, and I think this is a wonderful idea," which I thought really sort of summed up our position fairly well. The amendment is very simple. The only thing that it changes is it adds about 20 words that would allow a drive-through which receives requests for prescription medicine and dispenses only prescription medicine through a single drive-through lane. And it's our position, and I know you've heard some of this before, so I'll try to sum it up. It's our position that when the implementation committee was looking at the Wayne Business Overlay District, and there was a prohibition of drive-throughs, that they were thinking primarily of drive-through bank lanes and also fast food restaurants. And those types of drive-throughs are considerably different from a pharmacy drive-through, both in terms of the nature of the product which is dispensed, the need for the product, and also in terms of the volume of traffic that's generated by the respective types of drive-throughs. The fast food restaurant, a typical fast food restaurant, and there's sworn testimony from the zoning hearing board that I have submitted to the township, would generate about, on average, 54 trips per hour. A bank would generate up to 35 trips or vehicles going through the drive-through in an hour. The counts done at a similar nearby Rite Aid showed a total of 24 pick-up prescription and 6 drop-off during a 9-hour period, which on average comes out to about 3.33 trips going through the pharmacy drive-through an hour. And the counts were done on half-hour intervals, and they actually showed the range was from 2 trips per hour through the drive-through to 5 trips per hour was the maximum during any 1 hour of that 9-hour period, was 5 trips per hour, as compared to 54 for a typical fast food restaurant or 35 for a typical bank. And as we've indicated to you in the past, and I've indicated in letters and in the petition that was submitted, the most common usage for this type of drive-through is by parents with sick children in a car who do not want to park the car and take the children into the pharmacy with them when they could simply drive up to the pickup window and pick up a prescription which has been called in by the doctor. Similarly, elderly or handicapped individuals find the drive-through window far more accommodating, as do customers with elderly or handicapped individuals riding in the car with them, particularly at nighttime or in bad weather with icy walking surfaces. I don't want to get into too much unless the board wants to hear it. I mean, we're prepared to do it, but the site-specific issues. We do have a site plan. We do have a rendering for the building. We have all of that material, but I don't know. It seems to me it's not, strictly speaking, relevant to the proposed ordinance amendment, which is an amendment to the zoning ordinance, and we would have to hash that out in the land development process. But we are prepared to present that information.
Let me just get a sense from the audience. How many people are here tonight to speak or to participate in the public hearing regarding the proposal that Mr. Petrosia is here for? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. I recognize most of the people that raised their hand, and I think they've been here and followed this process for quite a while. At this point, I would suggest that we open it up to the public to hear the public's perspective on this, and then the commissioners can weigh in if they want it at whatever point they're comfortable.
And then you could respond.
No,
to any comments.
that's fine. I understand.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Why don't we do that? Why don't we open it up to the public at this point? Whoever wants to speak on this matter, please state your name and address. And I'm going to ask you to limit your comments to 3 minutes, please.
Thank you. My name is Jim Schneller. I live at St. David's Park. And I just wanted to make a preliminary comment. I'm afraid that I have to object to the manner of the board's hearing. Everyone is accustomed to the presenter making their presentation, and I think the public should have what would be a final, a chance to have a final comment, because the public's at a disadvantage. The applicant has experts, the applicant has experience, and the applicant has finances, and we're simply a few commenters, and at least we could be afforded the usual position where we have a little bit of more oversight if we had second position instead of,
I mean, you don't want to talk now? Is that what you're saying?
yes.
Okay, well, you can come up later if you'd like.
Yes, I'd rather speak at the end.
Okay.
Thank you.
You can come up at the very end if you'd like. Does anybody else want to come up now? My thought was, since this has been presented to us a couple times in the past, it might be most helpful to get the public comment now, and then we can all focus on whatever issues are presented.
Hello. I would, just not to interrupt you, I would state that Rite Aid is not going to do a full-blown plan and, planning commission unless they get this approval. They might not go forward with this project. So this is preliminary. This is a specific, if the plan's going to go forward, they've stated us they're going to have a drive-through. So if we approve the drive-through, they still have to go through the plans, and the public can comment on those, and they can comment on the drive-through. Again, they can comment on whatever they want to the planning commission and to the commissioners as we go through the process.
My name is Chuck Barber, Charles D. Barber. I live at 228 Hilldale Road in Villanova. I've been a resident of the township for over 30 years. I raised 3 children here. All 3 children either live or work in Radnor. Up until recently, my 92-year-old mother-in-law also lived here at Wessex House. My concern is that we've eliminated, by having this requirement to prohibit drive-throughs, we've eliminated the prospects of young parents, whether usually mothers or whoever, that have one or more children who have to put them in a car, go to a pharmacy, then take them out, get whatever they need, and then put them all back in, and possibly twice if they have to drop it off. And the reason that I'm concerned is that I have grandchildren that live about a block from the middle school. The idea, I think, the way I understand it, is in the overlay district, they don't want the drive-throughs because they want to encourage people to walk. But I can assure you that either senior citizens who are ill, or mothers who have young children who are ill, or the physically disadvantaged are not going to look at walking to a drugstore. What they need to do is either drop off a prescription and then be able to come by and pick up their medicines. My son, and daughter-in-law, and 2 grandchildren, in the past year, a little over a year, she's been in the hospital twice with severe allergic reactions, EpiPen in the hip. Call 911, have the ambulance take her to Bryn Mawr Hospital. And I think to not have the facility in our community that would allow them, after such an event or any other event, to be able to go by and get your drugs is a real disadvantage. And these laws are laws for us. And I guess my question is, I don't know why we would be wanting to disadvantage ourselves. This process started over a year ago. This is probably my 8th visit here on this matter. And my feeling is, it was stated by one of the Planning Commission members, is that it really wasn't taken into consideration, the pharmacy aspect. I mean, the drive-through banking, the drive-through coffee shop, the drive-through restaurant were. The other thing I'd like to just bring up, and I'll cut it off, is that we're really talking about health and welfare. So we're talking about supporting through ordinance the health and welfare of our community, and I feel it's important that we have that feature. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, good evening. Kathy Wright, Lenore Avenue, right off of Bloomingdale. And while this discussion is at the eastern end of the Wayne Business Overlay District, I live at the western end of the Wayne Business Overlay District, right there. And I am concerned not what the use is here, but rather amending the zoning ordinance. I feel like if we jeopardize and amend the zoning ordinance at the eastern end, that it opens the possibility to probability of eventually doing that at the western end, whether it would be that the Wawa would change and become a CVS drive-through, whether Walgreens. I mean, the potential for amending zoning brings huge unintended consequences. And we're all right there, those of us on Banbury, those of us on Farm, those of us on West Avenue, Bloomingdale. So what you're looking at the eastern end is not just in isolation, but rather affects both ends of the Wayne Business Overlay District communities. And that's our concern, those of us who live at the western end. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Kenneth Taylor. I live at 242 Willow Avenue. And this particular intersection that the Rite Aid plans to utilize this zoning change is an intersection that I used on multiple occasions. It's my only southbound access out of the Little Chicago neighborhood. It is my means of access to Lancaster Pike, nearest to my residence. And based upon, and I know at land use planning, the configuration of where the ingress egress to the lot itself or to the drive-through will all be vetted to the ultimate extent. The experience that we've had along that route relative to the Taco Bell drive-through is not a positive one, especially the access that pulls onto Aberdeen. The access from Aberdeen Avenue. I've been before this board before and indicated a concern that I have that that particular path on Aberdeen southbound stacks up with a lot of traffic. I am all but convinced that somehow MapQuest or some other navigational system has taught folks how to navigate the back roads through North Wayne to stay off of Lancaster Avenue. But for one reason or other, that particular intersection backs up southbound, backs up all the way from Lancaster Avenue underneath the R5 railroad bridge. My concern is that since this ordinance provides for not only the drop-off of the prescription, I guess you bring your prescription pad in from your doctor. I thought that by now that would all be done electronically, but perhaps not. Then the concern I have is the potential queuing of the customer who has the sick children or the children that they don't want to put in the individual strollers and go into the facility, the individual queuing of the automobiles while they're waiting for the prescription order to be filled. I would think that perhaps in land use planning, as part of their allotted parking, this particular applicant and other applicants in the Wayne Business Overlay District could be mandated to provide some kind of queuing area for the cars waiting between the time they drop the prescription off and are able to drive back through that drive-through and pick up and pay for their products.
Wouldn't they be able to just sit in the parking lot if they want? Nobody, look, I don't think anybody in their right mind is going to sit there handing a prescription and sit around for 20 minutes to wait for the pharmacy to fill it. If they haven't called it in and they hand it in, they're probably going to leave and come back.
That may be.
I can't believe these guys are going to want somebody sitting at their window.
Well, I don't know whether they're going to hand them the kind of thing you get in a restaurant to let them know that your seat is ready when your prescription, or they're going to call them on their cell phone to let them know to come back through the window. But suffice to say that if you have limited mobility, you want to remain in your car, there's at least a potential for the individuals who utilize this facility and this change to remain on site in an idling car with kids in the car, what have you. I agree that at planning time, the applicant could be mandated to have those people remain in its parking lot unless they're going to run other errands and come back on a second trip. I think of all areas in which this would present potential traffic and flow problems, it is the Wayne Business Overlay District. And my wish is that this application and this ordinance would apply to almost any other zoning area that we have.
Hi, Baron Gemmer. I live on South Wayne, and my wife and I own a property on Bloomingdale about probably 200 feet from the WBOD. Just to give you a little history as to why you might be hearing some of this for the first time. Obviously, when this went to zoning, it was for a specific development, and the neighbors around that particular corner were notified, besides the fact that obviously drive-throughs were prohibited, so it didn't seem to be an issue at the time. So you won't hear some of the other folks in other parts of the WBOD that would have discussed it at that point. When it was at the implementation committee, and I attended the February and March meetings of that, the gist was, is this worthy to bring forward? Not that they were giving it their blessing, but should the commissioners and the planning commission look at it? And I agree with that point, even if I disagree with the overall approval afterwards. Unfortunately, at the planning commission, the agenda for that was not put out till the Friday before on the website that it was even going to be discussed at that point. And also, the agenda item listed as a discussion as opposed to recommendations like it did on the others. I wasn't able to change my plan, so I wasn't able to speak at that meeting. So the first time you've heard me speak is when you brought it up before, and I just said, please keep an open mind, and have not really been able to express views because of the way it's progressed through the process. Also, as I said at that time, this really is a zoning change, and unfortunately, a lot of the specific development plans for that particular corner have crept in here when in fact we need to be considering it as a overall zoning change and the impact upon the entire WBOD. And although since some of the plan specific things have crept in, I'm going to address some of those, but really it needs to be addressed at how is this going to affect the entire WBOD, because it will affect the entire WBOD, as Kathy mentioned. And we have to remember, it's not just this corner. The WBOD is a very large area, which was not a homogeneous zoning district before it was the WBOD, whereas this change now will be a sweeping change over all those what were disparate zones before. Some of the areas, as Kathy Wright mentioned, Bellevue Avenue, West Wayne Avenue, Lumbermans could put in a by right drive-through dispensing pharmacy if they change their use. Remember, this is, you're telling them now they can do a by right. You might be able to dictate some of the aesthetics of it, but this is going to be a by right. Bloomingdale and Lancaster, Van Buren, Lancaster, where the Wawa is, one of the things Kathy was talking about, if that was demolished and turned into a CVS, there's other alternatives. You've seen the trend of groceries having banks and pharmacies in them. There's nothing to prevent Wawa from teaming with a pharmacy or a chain and deciding to put in a drive-through to get more money. There would be nothing in the WBOD zoning that would be able to prohibit that after this passed. And so when you have to look at that, you have to look at the overall impact on the WBOD, not just this particular property. One of the things that have been mentioned about this property, it'll cut back on the curb cuts, perhaps for this property, but overall it could increase them dramatically and widen them in many areas should other folks decide to take advantage of this within the district. And not to mention whatever the pedestrian traffic problems might come along, especially along, let's say, West Wayne, where it would be allowed, which is already a one-way street. And in other cases, it might not be able to be placed in the rear like the current plan is. So aesthetics could come into play. I'd like to address a little bit of the facts that have been presented at some of the prior meetings. It's interesting. For the fast food and the banks, they quoted national statistics, even though we actually knew they were talking about the Taco Bell and never cited statistics for that. Yet when it came to the pharmacy use, what was quoted was not national statistics, which would have been appropriate, but what I have to assume was cherry-picked, a single location for a single day for a 9-hour period. And from a statistical standpoint, that's just laughable, whether it was valid or not, but that's what's been presented in the 3.3. And some of the stuff that I've been able to look at, this is from Washington State, which talks about a study from Missouri where they have upwards of 50 to 80 at peak hour. So I don't think you've seen valid statistics yet for a pharmacy drive-through, quite frankly, and what impact it might have not only upon this particular development, but upon any other place that decides to take advantage of it within the WBOD. The other thing, the premise that Rite Aid has come up with is...
Are pharmacies prohibited in the WBOD?
Not to my... I think they would still fall under retail. But that's an excellent question, because I did look at that. The premise coming in is to, how are we going to say that we want to get this? It was the emotional appeal made about infirmed or sick children or the elderly that couldn't make it, to the pharmacy themselves, or couldn't get out of the car, didn't want to take the children out of the car. Yet we've heard absolutely no evidence or statistics that say what percentage of these drive-throughs utilized, are going to be of that ilk that utilize that. We haven't heard any evidence that it's going to help that community, or to what extent. Matter of fact, if anything, the numbers touted are, this is how small the number of drive-throughs are going to be, per day, a very small number, and then the obvious inference would be that a smaller subset of that would be of the elderly and infirm that couldn't make it out of the car, or with sick children. And then you really have to ask, is that small number worth the trade-off for the huge and negative impact it could have upon many areas of the WBOD? But first of all, you have to even ask, what's the impact, because you don't even have any statistics that have been presented. What really, the bad part about the drive-through, it doesn't even solve the complete problem. Because as was brought up before, it wouldn't be unusual for a doctor to recommend some non-prescription item needing to be picked up, whether it's Band-Aids or something else, along with the prescription, and that's not going to be allowed under this. So there's one problem that's not being solved, whether it's for a child or for someone else. And also, some people, my wife's a great example. When she gets a migraine, there's no way she's traveling to the pharmacy, period. Doesn't matter whether you have a drive-through or not. And really, what some of the delivery offers a better solution to a larger set of problems for all these. And it's very quick. If you go out on the internet, I was able to find 9 within Pennsylvania, 5 really quickly within the general area. ATA within Philadelphia, Buckley at King of Prussia, Mackey's in Newtown Square, Murray and Media, Myers in Norristown, Parvin's in Bryn Mawr. There are a lot of pharmacies that fulfill this need, both locally and around the state. That's really the better solution, certainly from a traffic standpoint, but also from some of the other problems.
Do you have any sense of, if you called those pharmacies and placed an order, how long it would take before it got delivered to your house?
It depends. I personally used one in York, not in the local area, and they're usually pretty quick. I have some of these, and I could read that, but it's usually pretty good. I can't quote you a time, though. I'm sorry, Mr. Reagan. But that's a good question.
Do we know, are there any drive-through pharmacies in the area?
Well, I don't know about, in general. What I did do, and I'll skip ahead to that, is if you go to Rite Aid's own site and put in the Taco Bell's address and say, show me all show me all pharmacies within, I did 5 miles and 10 miles, and I did both of those with and without drive-throughs. Within 5 miles, there are 7 Rite Aids, none of which have a drive-through. So it's apparently not a deal breaker in a lot of cases. Within 10 miles, there are 37 Rite Aids, according to their website, and 8 have drive-throughs. So a very small percentage. One of the things that was discussed at the, going back, now let me talk some more about the specifics. One of the things that was mentioned at the Planning Commission is they said, well, one of the members mentioned that this was a spot zoning in reverse, or backdoor spot zoning, because that's obviously it's part and parcel, literally being tied with this. But what we have to look at too, if we're going to talk specifics, certainly from a Wayne development standpoint, there's not necessarily a net gain here, because they're going to move the one Rite Aid to the other. So there's going to be another part that needs to be developed. And also, it's very interesting that one of the points being made is, well, if we don't do this, then the Taco Bell drive-thru is going to be there, and you're assuring that a drive-thru will stay there forever at fast food. And it's one of the first times I've actually heard a scare plan, so to speak, be the existing use as opposed to something that they're trying to put in.
Doesn't that tell you that people would think that the new use is better than the existing use?
What would make me think that?
Well, if you're saying that they're using the Taco Bell as a scare tactic, the existing plan versus the new plan, wouldn't that tell you that the existing plan they think is worse than the new one?
They would think that, but as a resident of Radnor, I think that's just fine. I'm happy to live with that current use. That's the tactic they come up with. I didn't say it was valid or it worked, but that's the tactic they were using.
Your Blockbuster's going to go out of business. I mean, you're going to have empty building there. You could have Halloween, you could have all kinds of things there that really wouldn't fit Radnor.
Well, yeah, and you can have a lot. I mean, people can put in what the zoning allows, just like on the other end, Wawa could put in a drive-through too. I mean, you have to consider the entire district in this, the WBOD. Continuing on, one of the things too is going to be very hard, and this was brought up at the implementation committee, is enforcement. That's how do you enforce this, and what are your penalties? And quite frankly, Rite Aid made some promises. We're going to have a separate area for this, and this is the way we'll handle this. But you have to realize that markets change, industries changed. Rite Aid could easily be bought up or merged or whatever the case might be, and there might be another chain there that's not going to make as many promises. But more to the point, even with Rite Aid.
But if Rite Aid gets bought and they have a pre-existing legal agreement or zoning, the new buyer has to abide by it.
I'm not. Even Rite Aid themselves do. What I'm saying is in terms of what their sense of obligation is, because they're just taking this over, and more to the point, I'll address even Rite Aid's perhaps sense of what they would feel they would need to follow. From last year, there's a couple of suits, I think, that are somewhat relevant to this in terms of what they might think of this versus something of more major importance. This is from last year where Rite Aid agreed to pay $475,000 to settle civil charges brought by state officials that the drugstore chain sold expired over-the-counter drugs, infant formula, baby food, and other products. That's from the Philadelphia Business Journal.
What does that have to do with the drive?
Yeah, is that really relevant?
Well, no, it's relevant in the sense because they're willing to do these things. Do you think they'll think twice about selling something that's not prescription at a prescription window, given what the penalty might be? They're paying $5 million and half a $1 million here. A slap on the wrist that Radnor Township would give them is probably not going to mean much to them. They would probably just go ahead and do what they wanted.
So we shouldn't have a Rite Aid in Radnor then?
No, I'm not. This is related to the drive-through and enforcement of this.
But it's such a bad operation. We shouldn't have a Rite Aid.
I'm not implying
That's
that.
what you just said.
No, I'm implying that in relation to the drive-through, in terms of enforcement.
Well, I guess we're not getting to the Phillies.
I'm sorry I'm keeping you from that, Bill.
Well, we asked you to be brief and all, and you're just going to take an hour,
Would you prefer not to have all my points be heard so that we...
I don't need to know I know that Rite Aid got fined for some expired drugs, and I can decide whether I want to shop
Okay,
there or
well,
not.
then-
I don't
then-
need you to tell me about it.
Perhaps for the rest of the enlightenment of the rest of the commissioners in the audience.
Fine.
Baron, I appreciate your comments. I think enforcement is an issue that I'm concerned with. In general, the way I see it, our staff does a great job of enforcing our ordinances, but most of it is driven off of complaints. So there is a slippery slope here that if we allow the sales of prescription drugs, it could turn into, and while you're at it, I need cotton balls and
Can't afford to do
alcohol
that.
and you don't know.
I know. I'm in the
but-
retail business.
Well, anyway, your points you're making are appreciated.
Right. Thank you. I'm getting close to the end, Bill. So besides the fact I indicated the Rite Aid stores, that it's a very small percentage, none within 5 miles, and a very small percentage, or what is it, 20% or 25% within 10 miles, don't have them. Basically, Rite Aid would like this because it's part of their model. And let me read, this is from, just a quick paragraph from earlier this year in the Township of Northampton in Pennsylvania, where there was a similar situation related to parking and drive-through for a Rite Aid. And this is the township attorney from Northampton talking to the Rite Aid representative who signed and building. The questions coming from the township attorney, the answers coming from the Rite Aid representative. Question, if those 2 drive-through lanes were eliminated, Rite Aid could supply additional parking on that side of the building, couldn't they? Answer. If the drive-through was eliminated, the pharmacy wouldn't be there. The drive-through is an integral part of providing pharmacy services. Question. So you're telling this board that if Rite Aid did not have a drive-through service, they would not have a pharmacy at all on this site? Answer. No, it would not be desirable to remove the driveway. Question. That wasn't my question. My question was, if those 2 drive-through lanes were removed, Rite Aid could provide additional parking along the side of that building. Answer. You could put in parking, but the Rite Aid prototype has a drive-through. This is all driven by the fact that this is their business model, this is their prototype, no different than a bank would want a drive-through or a fast food restaurant would want a drive-through. Yeah, but the point being, what they're presenting as to why they should have it versus something else, they haven't proven it. The statistics are very lacking, and in terms of the traffic, and also what's lacking in terms of proving their point about how this would help the elderly and the infirm. They've provided no facts other than,
You provide handicap parking close to the front door for elderly and people who are handicapped to make it easy for them to get in and out. Isn't it easier simply for them to drive up to a drive-through window and not even have to get out of the car at all?
I'm not arguing that. I'm arguing how many people, they haven't said how many people, is that going to be 1 a day, 1 a week, 10 a day? They have not said.
They gave us some statistics, but you questioned them anyway, so.
Well, they didn't give any statistics based upon that use they were talking about.
Personally, I think they'll be significantly less than Taco Bell. Okay? As you like to say, a small percentage of what drives through Taco Bell, which is a car every 10 minutes.
I didn't say a small percentage of what drives through Taco Bell. I said their traffic statistics, they didn't really give valid numbers. I said a small percentage of the pharmacy drive-through they get would be of the elderly or infirmed or people with sick children. So they provided no numbers in terms of how many people are actually helping.
Let me tell you how I decide this. Common sense. Right. So you can go all the statistics you want. I use my own common sense, and my common sense says that I should support this.
Okay.
So I'm sorry I use common sense and I don't have all these statistics.
I know you won't let the facts get in the way of a good opinion.
I know.
No, but you can muddle the facts to a point of ridiculous, too. And I mean, obviously these guys want to put a drive in because that's their business model. I mean, I understand
that's
that.
Right.
I understand that.
So make them prove with valid statistics, both in terms of traffic and valid in terms of the emotional appeal they're making.
But if they spend the money and build it in with their own cost is the
some of us would like to get rid of Taco Bell, and we know we're going to have empty block, but Billy would like to have a nice new building there, okay?
But if they put a pharmacy in, and people are still going to use it, so you're just simply having the people circle through. Now, they might get a few more customers than somebody else because they have a drive-in, but at the end of the day, they have a right to put a pharmacy in there. Because you said it yourself.
I'm not arguing that they shouldn't put a pharmacy in there. If I've said anything to that effect, I apologize.
So if they have a pharmacy in there, and you accept the fact there's a pharmacy there, how does having the drive-through significantly increase the amount of traffic?
You have to look at it from 2 perspectives. One is, this is a zoning change for the entire WBOD, and not only is it going to affect traffic there, but as soon as somebody else decides to take advantage of this use, whether it's a primary or auxiliary use in some other part, it can affect curb cuts and traffic, and you won't be able to do anything about it because now it'll be a by right to have a drive-through to dispense pharmacy products anywhere within the WBOD. This is one of the reasons why I'm trying to separate out the specificity of this plan versus the zoning change.
But they have to have a significant amount of property. They have to have somewhere to drive through. I mean, if someone's going to put another drive-in pharmacy based on what you're saying in the overlay district, they're not going to be able to put it in where they don't have the physical capability to do so. Well, that limits it to a lot of places.
As an auxiliary use, we'll give the Wawa example. As an auxiliary use,
someone bought the Wawa and turned it into a pharmacy.
No. Wawa themselves opens a drive-through pharmacy in addition to their other use. That would be a possibility.
But you got to have a decent amount of. They're going to lose half their store. To
yeah, but you never know how the profitability of drugs are going to be in the future.
Do you think? I drive past that Wawa a lot. Don't you think there's a hell of a lot more traffic going into the Wawa on a daily basis than any pharmacy you've ever seen?
It's not just a traffic issue. It's obviously in terms of what the statistics are in terms of how quickly they come in and go, where they're queuing, as Ken said. I mean, there's a lot more to a drive-through than just the parking in the.
The other thing to keep in mind, Baron, and I was going to say it when Catherine was up here, this Wayne Business District, the zoning can be changed at any time, by any 4 commissioners on here, anytime they want in the future.
Oh, I understand that. But if somebody gets a plan in for a drive-through pharmacy somewhere else in the district prior to you changing it back, that it doesn't matter. You're changing it with the intent of keeping it permanently changed to this. I would assume.
But maybe we think it's good that if you're going to have a pharmacy, that we
That
have
you
a
can have
drive-through.
I'm not, and that's your
No matter
prerogative.
where it is in the Wayne Business District.
But
Well, there's some
Baron-
areas where it would.
Baron, I have a question. I think I asked this at the last meeting, we discussed this. Do we allow drive-ins in other areas of the township? So outside of WBOD in C1?
Anybody can have a drive-in pharmacy.
Okay. Now, as I remember, the purpose of eliminating drive-ins in WBOD was to increase the ability for pedestrians to walk through WBOD. So the point was, we wanted to make it more of a walking town. We wanted to move the buildings to a build-to line. We wanted to have sidewalks that were straight through the areas to make it easier for people to walk between stores. The whole point, as I remember, was, and correct, I'm asking, kind of going to ask you a question. The point I remember was they didn't want drive-throughs in WBOD because we didn't want curb cuts, but more importantly, we didn't want extra traffic crossing the sidewalks. And that's the way I remember it. Now, do you think, and the other thing, the other comment you're saying about, one thing I know about business, in any retail, there's stickiness. So you put in one drive-through pharmacy, and then all the competition is going to want the same. And they're going to find locations in Wayne to do it. They'll buy 2 lots, consolidate them, put a drive-through in. So, you know, the question is, do you think, in your opinion, we're going to defeat the original goal of WBOD, which was to create more of a walking business district?
I would answer yes, both from the curb cut standpoint, because even though they'll be possibly eliminated at this particular site, there definitely would be increased or widened at other sites. And secondly, because of the lack of drive-throughs that exist in the neighboring miles, if you do put one in, then traffic to that pharmacy may naturally just increase because people are going to want to use the drive-through. So the WBOT traffic might increase even if it was the same pharmacy without a drive-through, and then you added one.
But CVS could put a pharmacy in tomorrow if they wanted to.
That's that's right.
Yeah.
And the point is,
It's not restrictive with them half a block away.
That's the same way it is always with the zoning. But in terms of the goals of the WBOD, Commissioner Fisher is right, and that's why it was put in, and that's one of the reasons.
Well, this is great give and take. I think I'm on the Supreme Court, you know, where the justices go back and forth with the.
Baron, were you present for the implementation committee discussion on this topic?
For 2 of them, in February and March, yes, I was.
And could you characterize what their opinion was of how this would affect the WBOD and how this? Is this an agreement with the original ideas?
I don't wish to speak for them. My impression, and if I thought differently, I would have spoken up at the time, again, of those votes was more, is this something that's worthy to raise above our level for the commissioners and the planning commission to see? Not that we necessarily think it's a good idea or that we're blessing it. If I had thought the latter, I would have spoken up at that time. But I agreed with the concept that this was important enough to be brought to your attention, the planning commission attention. So.
Anything else?
No, I just,
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
John Nagel, Bryn Mawr. There are a lot of good comments on either side, but one thing I didn't hear anyone discussing was public health, in that this would be a great way to keep someone out of the pharmacy if they were contagious. And you know, nowadays with this current overwrought scare about H1N1, it's a perfect example. So I think it's a little broader, and we haven't heard everything we need to hear to make a decision on this.
Thank you.
Matt, this was, the planning commission, they didn't have the information in our packet. The planning commission reviewed this and made a recommendation?
That's correct. That was, Dan, that was at the June meeting, and it was denied, I believe, 7-2 or 6-3. It was close, somewhere around there.
It was denied?
It was denied, correct.
There's some people, I think, in the back that want to speak about this. Would you come up, please? This is a public hearing on this proposed ordinance. Everything's being recorded.
Okay. Well, I'm Cheryl Tamola. I'm on the implementation committee, and I was at home packing my bags for my vacation tomorrow, listening to this meeting, and had to interrupt myself because of some things that were said. First of all, Chuck, it wasn't for the elderly and the sick people to walk to the pharmacy that we did this. It was for other people to walk by. They're not walking to the pharmacy when they're sick. Secondly, I get this kind of feeling from this that it's that you folks kind of have your own idea and you're pushing back. And I thought the idea of hearing was about listening. So that's my next comment. I think that when we were doing this with the Wayne Business Overlay District, it was to make this town a stronger, sustainable community. And I know I've mentioned sustainable communities many times before, but a major part of that is to foster walking and non-vehicular transit. That's why we put out no further curb cuts with the pharmacy. And I understand that they're not apparently making a further curb cut. But as everybody else has said before, this just fosters it going further. And one of the things that's, last week there was a discussion at the Planning Commission about putting a restaurant where Altman's used to be, whatever you call it now, the St. David Center. And that was something that we put in place, I think it's about 16 years ago, with the previous comprehensive plan and when they developed that site. And it seems like we make rules, and then it was a 25-year limit on that. Now it's like 9 years short of the 25-year limit, and somebody wants to change it. And this rule no sooner gets on the books than somebody wants to change it. And I think that a lot of thought went into making these decisions. And you appointed us from on the implementation committee and the people on the planning commission who also disagreed with this idea to advise you on this. And we have advised you. And we have given it a very considered opinion of what we think is the right thing to do. And I know that with the implementation committee, we really felt that, as others have mentioned, that it was your purview to do this, much as like a zoning change would be. It's your place to make it. According to the municipality's planning code, that's your job, not ours. But I think if we don't stick to what it is we want to see in this community, then all of this is useless. We spent years working on the implementation committee and on the plan in order to shape, and we took a lot of public input in order to shape what we thought people in Radnor wanted and what cities all over in these classic towns that we've now been appointed to cherish. And I think that throwing each move that we've made to kind of further this sustainable town is chipping away. Sometimes we don't realize what an asset we have here. I don't think that the Rite Aid is going to walk away and go, oh, I don't want to be in Wayne. Oh, it's a lousy community. No. People want to be in Wayne. I can't imagine them ceding the field to CVS. I just can't imagine them doing that, whether they have a drive-through or they don't have a drive-through. I think if they want to be, if a drive-through is so important, then they should have a drive-through at another Rite Aid location, but not this one. They have a Rite Aid within 2 miles away. Put one in down there, and not this one where we've specifically asked not to do it. So that's my speech. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public participation on this? Hold on. If somebody hasn't spoken yet that would like to speak. If there's anybody else that would like to speak, why don't you come on up now? You can come. Why don't you get in line so that we can? No, come on up. No, really, I want to move this along. If there's anybody else that wants to talk, why don't you get in line? Okay.
Marty, did you know the Phillies are winning 2-0 in the sixth inning?
I did not know that.
All right, thank you.
But it's that's pretty good. My name is Marty Costello, and I own the building right across the street where the proposed Rite Aid is going to go. And I was asked not too long ago how I felt about the drive-through, and I believe they should get it by right. If you have too many rules and regulations in any community, no matter how grand a community is, you will stifle future growth in this community. I did attend almost every meeting regarding this proposed change, And I was at the zoning hearing board meeting when two of the members asked the then president, John Simon, if he asked any of the people in the communities how they felt about the drive-throughs in the Wayne Business Overlay District. And his reply right at this podium was, I didn't think we had to ask anybody. Well, that's the problem. And what you have here is a few people's idea on what a community should be regarding this drive-through thing. Now, did they spend a lot of time discussing it? Yes, but they didn't spend a lot of time discussing it with people who own the properties and people who want to come into the community and make the community better. You have too many rules and regulations. And what you said, Mr. Havada, was absolutely correct. Right in the Home Rule Charter, this is an ordinance. It can be changed at any time by 4 members of the Board of Commissioners. Any ordinance can be changed by anybody. Paul Massapuri is the person who owns this property, my neighbor, by asking, can we do it? And they have a great plan. They have a great-looking building, and they're going to do a great project, and it's going to bring a lot of improvements to this community. Now, do some people on the implementation committee disagree with this? Yes, but that's only a few, a very few. Think about it. How many people walked here tonight to this meeting, and they live within a half a mile of this property? Nobody. You can make pretend that you want a walking community, and you can say, well, this is what everybody wants. But people don't have the time to walk to the pharmacy. They don't have the time to walk to Wawa. They don't have the time to walk to the bank. Can you imagine how many banks we'd have in Radnor Township if they didn't have drive-throughs? Can any of you, gentlemen, walk to the bank from your job? No. You have to use a drive-through. And with the parking problem in Wayne, and this has been discussed for as many years as I've been in this town, think about it. The fewer drive-throughs you have, the bigger the parking problem. And I've been against this ban on parking drive-throughs since day one of this master plan here in Radnor Township. And if this is the only time you should go against anything that was put into this plan, the Wayne Business Overlay District, this is it. There'll be others. And there's nothing wrong with changing a plan that was put together by a few people that impacts everybody. Now, you have the same situation going on in Garrett Hill. You have the same situation going on in Ithan, same situation going on in West Wayne. When you take the rights, freedoms, and liberties away from one, you take them away from all. There is nothing in the Home Rule Charter that says if you're a commercial property owner, you don't have the rights and freedoms of somebody who lives in the neighborhood a mile away. You have to treat everybody fairly, justly. Rights, freedoms, and liberties. That's what this is all about. Mr. Paul Mastraperi has the right to put that building up with a drive-through. Because he asked to have it changed, you should allow it. It's not going to affect anybody. It's not going to affect anybody who doesn't live in the Wayne Business Overlay District. It's not going to affect them. Just let it happen. I'm right across the street from this property, and it's not going to affect me as a property owner. It'll affect me as a property owner if these rules and the regulations that come down from a select few take away my rights, freedoms, and liberties. Don't allow that to happen. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. My name is Christina Peroni. I live 204 Wyndham Lane. My comment this evening regarding this particular issue is how when Marty was speaking, Mr. Spengler and Mr. Hrvata, because they agreed with him, didn't interrupt him and didn't
I'm tired. That's why I didn't say anything.
Okay.
I'm tired.
Okay, you might be tired. You might be tired, but this is how this township got into the financial mess we gotten into, that when people came up and spoke and talked. This gentleman spent a lot of time doing research. Whether you agree or disagree, he spent time doing research, and you want to go to your Phillies game, and you just think there's too much information, and this is why we're in trouble. So if there's too much time that you're spending with public process, then maybe you folks shouldn't be commissioners if you don't have the time to wait for the public to speak. So I thought you were both really rude, and I would hope that you would allow the public process to continue.
Everybody's allowed to come up and talk. We've listened to everybody, and because I have some points to ask back, I'm rude. Guess it's your opinion.
Okay,
You can
well,
have it.
maybe watch the tape and see what you sounded like. And Mr. Spengler, you were emphatically rude. So, I mean, we need to get a little bit
democracy
more.
give and take. You might not agree with that, but I believe in give and take. So if I have an opinion, I'm going to state it.
Yeah, it is really important for taxpayers who spend the time and energy to do some research to just be heard. You are right. You have 4 votes. You can do anything you want, but they have a right to be heard.
And they were
Thank
heard.
you.
Yeah.
Any other public participation by anybody who hasn't been heard on this proposed ordinance? If not, Mr. Barber, you wanted to
Just a
add something?
Chuck Barber again. Just a couple of notes. One is rudeness is relative, and certainly if rudeness didn't exist, I don't know if Ms. Peroni would be here very often. Number 2 is I think that there was a unanimous recommendation by the implementation committee to move this forward. That would include Cheryl, and the township constantly changes. And I think that many of you might know that the Acme is under pressure and may not be there. And of course, the Acme is outside of the Wayne Business Overlay District, but when you no longer have a place that provides you with the simple Vs, there probably will be a lot of people that in fact would walk to the Rite Aid so that they could get a few items like milk and other things that they didn't have.
Okay. With regard to this public hearing, are there any exhibits that you want to have identified and marked and entered into the record?
I know the board's got other things. Can I respond briefly to some of the things that were made? The board is aware, I think, that the purpose of the zoning ordinance is to promote, protect, and facilitate the public health, safety, and welfare. I honestly, sincerely believe that in this case, common sense should dictate that this is an amenity to the community, to the residents of the community, that does benefit the public welfare. There is absolutely no adverse impact on the public welfare whatsoever. A prescription drive-through does not generate the volume of traffic to adversely impact traffic conditions or pedestrian access or pedestrian friendliness. The simple fact of the matter is, and we didn't cherry pick anything in terms of looking at those, and Chris Williams is here, who's a well-respected traffic engineer with McMahon Associates, and would back up what I'm saying. Everybody knows that pharmacy drive-throughs are low generators of traffic. We're talking about 1 every 12 to 20 minutes, 3 an hour. That's not the kind of traffic that's going to interfere with any pedestrian walking. And also, if you think about it, anybody that needs a prescription medicine has to get the prescription medicine. Somebody has to go there and get the medicine, whether you go through the drive-through or whether you drive up. We're not increasing traffic at all. We're not increasing traffic at all.
Where is the closest pharmacy drive-through to Wayne?
I don't know where the very closest is. I know there's one in Media, which is the one where we did the counts, and it's very similar in size to the what is proposed here, and it was not cherry-picked at all. And that's the one where we did the counts. And on the issue of the existing Taco Bell, I can tell you, we did traffic counts. Chris Williams' firm did traffic counts at the Taco Bell, and it is less than the average fast food restaurant. I think it was 22 or 24 an hour at the Taco Bell. But that's 22 an hour. We're talking 30 a day. That's the difference in the volume of traffic. If anything, we're going to improve the traffic conditions and make it much more user-friendly and more pedestrian. The access will be much better. As far as the Planning Commission is concerned, it is true that there were 4 people who voted against it. There were 2 people who voted in favor of it. It wasn't 6-3, or it was 4-2. I was there. 3 of the people actually seemed to be in favor of it. One wanted more time. The chairman felt they had to vote that night, and he voted with the 3 who voted against it. The chairman, and it wasn't the regular chairman, it was the acting chairman that evening, his issue was that he felt that the drive-through might dictate the location of the building on the property, and that he thought there might be a more preferable location on the property. So he thought that what was to him a small issue of the drive-through was dictating a lot of things he was thinking ahead, and we're not even there yet as to whether or not that's accurate. But he really said that he thought it was an amenity. He could see the benefits of it. So that really, the Planning Commission was pretty much split on the issue. It is true that they voted 4-2. But a lot of these comments, the one comment I have to comment on is this idea that the ordinances came on down from on high and that they are absolutely sacred. And that is not the case. It is impossible to write a perfect ordinance and to think of every possibility and every permutation and commutation that may occur. The entire Wayne Business Overlay District was an amendment to the zoning ordinance. Before that existed, there was no prohibition of any kind of a drive-through, and in particular a pharmacy drive-through. It's a natural, normal part of the land use process. This board is considering amendments to the ordinances all the time. There's nothing wrong with it. It's not going to be the ruination of the Wayne Business Overlay District. It really, what should dictate your decision here is common sense. Is there much more benefit to the public welfare in allowing those people who need to use this type of facility to use it than there is adverse impact to the community? And I submit that that's the proverbial no-brainer. There is absolutely more benefit to the public in allowing this than in prohibiting people who need this service, and even if it's a small number, people who need this service from having it. And the simple fact of the matter is that, as you know, this is a necessary condition for this redevelopment.
Don, let me just stop you there.
Sure.
You just said this is a necessary condition for this redevelopment. What does that mean?
It means that Rite Aid has indicated that it needs a drive-through in order to come to this location. And the statistics that were quoted, it is clearly true that there are pharmacies that do not have drive-throughs, but Bob Lynn is with me. He's done work for Walgreens, for CVS, for Rite Aid, and he would confirm and indicate to you that none of the major, and those are the only 3 players in terms of the impact on the community. None of those 3 players will open a new store without a drive-through. They have existing stores that don't have drive-throughs, but they will not open a new store without a drive-through because they take customer surveys, and the #1 complaint that Rite Aid has gotten is that there isn't a drive-through, and the mother with the sick children has to drag them through the store, and it makes no sense. Those people have to get the medicine anyhow. I don't see how the drive-through, it's not creating more traffic. Those people have to get the medicine anyhow. It's a convenience and a
I had one question, now you prompted a second question. My first question is the existing store in Wayne, is that considered an underperforming store?
Yes.
That's what I figured, okay. I've never been there.
Can I ask the corollary question? If you get the Rite Aid where the Taco Bell is, does the other Rite Aid go?
Yes.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that.
Yes, sir.
The Walgreens that opened in Bryn Mawr, does that have a drive-through?
I don't know. I'm
With
not
the fellow you just said somebody has all the statistics.
I don't know.
The fellow you said you have with you has all the statistics.
No, I said Bob Lynn has had experience in representing other pharmacies.
Does anybody know if that Walgreens, so your statement that a new pharmacy won't open without a drive-through, that thing hasn't been there that long, less than a year? I don't know. Okay, so.
No, it's been there 5 or 6 years.
Walgreens has been there 5 or 6
Bryn Mawr?
years? Really?
Sure.
I know it's not a new building. It was a Barnes & Noble. But the Walgreens has been there? Yeah.
Well, I'm just basing it on...
Barnes & Noble's on the other side of the street.
No, Borders is across the street. Barnes & Noble...
We've done work for CVS, and we've done work for Rite Aid,
right?
and they won't open a new store without a drive-through. And I understand that's the case with Walgreens. I don't have first-hand personal knowledge of it.
There's a Walgreens, there's an Acme,
So,
and there's a Walgreens in that corner.
This is not a negative. It's an absolute positive. And it won't impact any of those things that the Wayne Business Overlay District was designed to do. In fact, I think it fosters them. As Charlie Falcone said at the zoning hearing, if you don't allow a pharmacy, a new pharmacy, you're not going to have a pharmacy in the Wayne Business Overlay District, and that belongs in the Wayne Business Overlay District. That's a service that people need. It should be there. It shouldn't be precluded from being there.
Wait a minute, let me get this right. So if there's a pharmacy right on the perimeter of the WBOD, we still need one in the WBOD? If people are driving, what's another 100 feet?
What I'm saying is that you should not preclude a pharmacy being located within the WBOD. I'm talking about good planning, good zoning, whether or not it makes sense to have one there. Generally, you don't make these decisions by, well, we have a pharmacy, we don't need another one. We have a bookstore, we don't need another one. I mean, the marketplace dictates that.
Well, nobody here is saying a pharmacy isn't welcome in the WBOD. The pharmacy that is seeking permission, the pharmacy that wants to come in is telling us that unless you give us a drive-through, we're not coming. That's what you are saying, correct?
They're not saying that to put the board in some kind of a position or anything. I mean, that's just the reality.
All right, but that's what you said. If the drive-through is not approved, then the Rite Aid development is not going to happen. That's what you're saying, correct?
That's what I've been advised, yes.
Okay.
And again, I'm not saying that. You asked me the question because he thought it was a minor issue, and I'm saying it's not a minor issue to Rite Aid. I'm talking about the chairman of the Planning Commission when he said, well, you could locate the building better maybe if you didn't have the drive. That's what he was thinking of. He acknowledged it's an amenity, it's a benefit.
Dan or Matt or John Rice, is CVS able with the current zoning to put a drive-through where they are?
Yeah, they could.
Yes.
Well, any rezoning is purely discretionary with the Board of Commissioners. Agreed?
Yes, sir.
We can, at some future meeting, approve the zoning change. We could turn it down, or we could choose not to deal with it at all. Correct?
I think that's probably true.
I think at this point, it's probably important for you to put your exhibits in so that we have them to consider which path we're going to take, because I don't think at least I'm not in a position this evening to make a decision on this. So I would like to see those exhibits and see what information you have in there.
Sure. I certainly can hand up a copy of the letter that I submitted, which sets forth the reasons. Also a copy of the testimony of the traffic engineer, Chris Williams, which gives a lot of detail about the issue of traffic. And those witnesses are here. They're prepared to present testimony. I was trying to summarize it for the board, just in the sake of trying to save a little time for you. But they're here prepared to offer testimony if you should desire it, or I can submit Mr. Williams' testimony from his own.
Essentially, Don, it's your case.
Right.
You have to put it on the best way you feel you can.
Right.
I'm happy to take the reports because I'm familiar with those sorts of things and can distill them down to what I think is important.
Okay. All right.
But it's whatever you want to do.
All right. Mr. Lynn, did you want to offer something? I'm going to get the exhibits together while he's there.
Give me 1 second, if you don't mind. Bob Lynn, L-I-N-N, the architect for the project. I'm the principal of a firm of architects and civil engineers, and I'm not going to go into the specifics of the actual plan application unless you would like me to. I was working with Walgreens on a Media Borough facility about a year ago, and there was an inability to put a drive-in because the site was such that it was not configured. It could have a drive-in. They walked away from the site. I was working with Rite Aid on a site a renovated site in Upper Darby on Vermont Road, and the whole idea in renovating it was to create a drive-through, and the idea was we will not renovate the store unless we can have a drive-through and still sitting. So there are cases which I've worked on recently, as well as CVS cases, where the drive-through is paramount to this facility actually taking place or coming to a town. I have prepared, as you've seen in the past, and I believe Mr. Petroza will hand it up as an exhibit, a quick rendition of this particular building. Again, it's an ordinance change. It's not on the particular building, but I think the board has a much better chance of judging and viewing the application in front of you, which will be very close to the final product, based upon something real versus something hypothetical. We are closing multiple curb cuts. So relative to the concept of the walking environment, you've seen the plan. There are 4 curb cuts. It will remain as 1 curb cut on Lancaster Pike. So the walking environment, the pedestrian environment is still something which is being favored by closing of curb cuts. The entire access to the drive-through does not come onto Lancaster Pike. It uses a feeder street of Cromer Lane for limited traffic, so it's actually not producing any traffic across Lancaster Pike. That's very important, I think. The concept of something that's in character with the district is very important. The image we presented is an image that looks like a series of multiple buildings. It's not one big massive building. If you'll indulge me 30 seconds, I will show you a picture. Mr. Petroza will enter a smaller version into the record, and I'll be right back.
Just in terms of some exhibits I think are relevant, what I've marked Exhibit A1 for purposes of identification is the testimony of Christopher J. Williams, the traffic engineer, from the October 16, 2008 zoning hearing board meeting. I've marked Exhibit A2, my letter of April 6, 2009, to John A. Granger, interim township manager, which has 2 other letters that I sent, one to John Simon and one to Dan Malloy, attached as part of the packet. Exhibit A3 is a rendering of the building, and Exhibit A4 is the Media Borough Rite Aid drive-through car counts by the half hour.
What you see in front of you is a standard Rite Aid. This is not something I would propose for Wayne. This district is too important. I spent a lot of time with Mac McCoy when some of this was actually being worked on. I did the Margaret Quos, I did the Domicile, I did the Brouhaha, and other things. I'm sensitive to the environment. I've done a lot in Media Borough and State Street. So I understand the environment you're trying to achieve. This, I think Mac McCoy calls it the Radnorized version of the actual proposal. It's not the final product. It's intended to appear as a series of stores. It's exactly what you just saw a minute ago in mass and scale, but it takes it and breaks it and articulates it into a more pedestrian-friendly character. You know, it creates a sense of entrance on a corner. It has a long, long streetscape walking environment. It has vegetation. It does not have curb cuts. So, I mean, I think that's part of what we're trying to implement on this corner. And again, that's an exhibit Mr. Petroza will turn in.
And where's the drive-through?
The drive-through is actually completely concealed from Lancaster Pike. It's on the rear of the facility, so it's on the back side, so you don't see it physically from Lancaster Pike whatsoever.
Do you have a
Yes, I do.
drawing?
So it would be between the building itself and the public maintenance garage?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Okay.
I've marked Exhibit A5, which are some traffic counts on Cromer because Chris Williams testified to those.
The exhibit I just placed on the board is the existing site. The Taco Bell is located right in this location here. Is it showing up? Used to. It's located here. The Blockbuster is located here. There are 1, 2, 3, 4 curb cuts located on Lancaster. There's a curb cut on Aberdeen, which is not changing, and the building is slammed all the way to the rear of the site. The proposed application. This indicates the single remaining curb cut on Lancaster Pike, the continuation of the curb cut on Aberdeen, the exit of the drive-through in the Cromer, and the entire drive-through facility is concealed on the rear of the store. So you actually physically do not see it from Lancaster Pike. A vegetated area, and frankly, this is the very first property in the WBO. It's a 70-acre district you've created. This is 1.12 acres of your 70 acres. This is the very first, in a way, a gateway property. And frankly, the image of having a vegetated lot on the front, the cars behind the vegetated lot, and the building as a backdrop as you're coming westbound on Lancaster Pike is not inconsistent with good planning. It's almost as though we start with a very low scale and we work our way into a larger scale, and then we begin to articulate into the district itself. So I think it matches very much the spirit of the legislation as far as what the district is supposed to be relative to image and relative to site planning.
Would you point out where the window is for the drive-through?
Yes.
Okay.
Back against the municipal parking lot and the municipal garage.
And so you would come in off of Aberdeen? Is that right?
You can enter the site off of either Aberdeen or Lancaster.
And
the queuing location, which I heard about, and again, the counts which you saw were very specific, and the reason they were specific is this is a store that does 1,900 prescriptions per week in media. It's a Rite Aid store. It's not somebody else's store. It's a very real application. These are real numbers taken and not during the summer, by the way, in October. In fact, almost a year ago this week, which were actually counted very carefully for the numbers. So it was an attempt to give the board, the planning commission, everybody a real number and the flavor of what a typical drive-through does at a store this size for a Rite Aid.
Am I correct that there has been no application for land development as yet?
That is
You're
correct.
obviously waiting to see what the zoning issue, how that turns out.
That is correct. And I know that the evening's growing long, but 30 seconds, I promise. You know, I've worked on zoning ordinances in 3 municipalities. I've worked on 3 comprehensive plans. I worked on a multi-municipal comprehensive plan. I'm 16 years on a planning commission. Right now, I serve another Providence Township. So I understand zoning and planning slightly. And I know this board's rather immersed in it themselves. And you look at the municipality's planning code, and you look at the concept that Mr. Petrosic indicated, what is health, safety, and welfare? That's everything zoning is about. Zoning is about, there are driving factors behind it. And you look at this application, the benefits and the negatives. And you look even, you could go as far as saying, let's look at the federal ADA. The federal ADA says we're providing access to goods and services as a mandate. And frankly, ordinances like this, which actually could be challenged because you don't have that possibility, I'm not threatening the board, I'm simply presenting something for consideration, you could actually have a challenge that without the drive-through, you're not providing that possibility to someone with a mobility impairment. Somebody who has a vision impairment, late at night, they're going to slip on an icy parking lot, they can't get out of their car. It simply provides an opportunity.
They shouldn't be driving.
They should, you know what? Well, I was actually forced to put Braille on a drive-up ATM machine recently by the ADA, so I mean, I'm not even going to go there at this point. That's true. By any token, even if it serves one person a week, it serves that one person. I mean, who are we to judge that one person doesn't need it? And if it doesn't impact the community relative, you're not having extra cars on the site. I really, really offer that this is, again, in the spirit of zoning to allow this process to take place and to judge this particular piece of the ordinance that may or may not have been well thought when it was created.
I know we're kind of getting ahead of ourselves because this is land development, which is separate, but since the zoning change only impacts presently this particular property, and that's what we're concerned about. If you'd leave that there, please.
I'm sorry.
I'm looking at 2 points of ingress and or egress, one on Aberdeen Avenue right there and one on the Cromer Road. Are they both ingress and egress?
No,
Or
the one on Cromer is an exit only.
how about the one on Aberdeen?
Aberdeen is a full movement driveway, and the location on Lancaster Pike is both ingress and egress.
Okay, so I guess the question I have is, does your traffic impact study deal with levels of service at the intersection of Cromer and Lancaster Avenue? Because presently, it's not heavily utilized. I mean, what the most you get are some people coming out of the cozies in the opposite direction, and maybe some people from the Public Works facility. But other than that, it's a very sleepy little intersection. How is this going to impact in terms of the level of service that particular intersection?
It will not, because if you look at the counts, and we actually provided counts for Cromer for an entire day. In fact, it was the same week we provided the counts for the intersection, the drive-up in Media. There's actually data on the use of Cromer's. Cromer's very heavily used in the morning at 7:30 and 8 in the morning, 9 o'clock. There's trucks back and forth. There's also an exhibit we provided to the zoning hearing board, which indicates most of that traffic is gone by 3:30 or 4. The number of cars, you're dealing with 30 cars a day, is a negligible effect on anything.
What's the level of service at that intersection during the peak hour in the morning and afternoon? And how would it compare with what it would be if the pharmacy goes in there?
Well, I would actually defer to Chris Williams if you really want to discuss it. We were, again, going to have a full traffic study for land development when we went forward with land development. If you'd like to have it this evening, he's certainly here and available to speak.
Do you have a TIS already? You don't? All you're dealing with are the counts from Media?
The counts from Media, and we did counts at Cromer. But we don't have it. You see, we can't do a traffic count for the Rite Aid in Wayne because it doesn't exist yet. I mean, the only thing you can do is do a count someplace else. for the one in Wayne. We did actual counts in Cromer, and we did actual counts on Lancaster Avenue. But we don't have a full-blown traffic impact study such as we would submit at the land development
No, I
stage.
understand that,
Yeah.
but you certainly have the capability, knowing what the counts would normally be from media with a drive-in, you could certainly have somebody at least give you a preliminary opinion, so we have some idea, we're going to have a traffic jam at Cromer and Lancaster or not.
Well, just the one thing is that the only traffic going out onto Cromer is the drive-through traffic. So we're talking about 30 vehicles a day. I don't think 30 vehicles a day can have any impact on the level of service on Cromer. I mean, that's...
that exit drive is only going to be for
The drive-through.
for the drive-through.
Just the drive-through.
But I see parking spaces on a diagonal behind the store.
Yes.
So you back out of the parking space and you pull forward.
Can I address those spaces? Those are actually municipal spaces. There are 7 spaces which are used only by an agreement with the municipality up till 4:30 in the afternoon. It's actually memorialized in a document. From 8 in the morning to 4:30, they are actually on municipal land. They're not even on our site. And then after 4:30...
This is the property line right here.
After 4:30...
But they're accessible from your lot?
Only accessible
And
from our lot.
how do we enforce that? How do your patrons not use those spaces
Because,
when we need them?
Because traditionally what's happened is they're used very early in the morning, it appears, for people coming to get the trucks from the municipal garage. And it's actually an enforceable document, and it is memorialized, and it was worked out between the current owner and the municipality about 10 years ago.
They exist now.
Yeah.
They
they're there.
exist now with
But
Blockbuster.
there's a division between the public maintenance garage lot and Blockbuster.
Right now, you have to go through the Taco Bell drive-through to get to those 7 spots. So this is an improvement on access.
Yeah. Now, the municipal lot, a lot of people use to go to Blockbuster. It's separate. You got to go around and go in that way to use those lots at 7 o'clock Friday night. If you want to go to Blockbuster, a lot of people use them. Once the township building closes, the public uses those lots.
I understand that, but right now, there's not going to be a division between those particular spaces
there is.
and the Rite Aid lot, is there?
The spaces are currently served only by the front lot. They will continue to be only served in the same configuration by the front lot, and there's a curb between them and the municipal lot. You have to use the Taco Bell drive-through area to access them now. In this opportunity, they'll be a little easier to access. They're once a morning park and once an afternoon leave. The same 7 cars that park there today and go on the Cromer will continue to park there and go on the Cromer in some capacity.
Is this drawing being marked as an exhibit?
Yes.
Yes, we should.
Okay.
Okay, so back to my point. Those cars after 4:30 p.m. that park in those spaces will, in fact, be coming out on Cromer Road?
That possibility would exist. That's
well,
correct.
I mean, I just look at the flow, and I can't imagine what are you going to back all the way out of that section into the parking lot and try to turn around?
And again, this particular application has the requisite parking ratios without those spots. They're not counted as part and parcel of the required 40 spots.
But what's to stop anybody who's parked further down from going out that way?
Because it's a lot more convenient to use a signalized intersection. If you're going to go left, you use Aberdeen to go left. It's a lot easier to simply go right out if you're going right on the Lancaster Pike. It's a logical place. And it could be some signage discussions, but the point is, I was addressing those 7 spots. They are there today,
But I'm asking,
and they
I'm
continue.
not asking that question. I'm just saying, somebody who's parked down, kind of on the right side of your diagram, they can drive all the way up to Cromer Road, it would seem, and go out that way if they prefer.
You're correct, they could. And this particular application, by the way, pulls the building another 12 feet off of Cromer. Cromer is very narrow, so you'll notice the existing application, the current configuration has the building up to almost the property line. We've pulled it way back to give a little more latitude. There's a lot of thought that went into this application.
Do you have sales data from the existing Rite Aid in Wayne? Like, do you know the number of patrons that come in and out of that store?
I do not.
But it's something you'll present, I guess, at a planning stage? Or, the way I look at this, you're going to move the store, so you're going to probably retain the existing client base?
We'd hope to.
Okay. And you can assume that by adding the drive-through, you'll be adding to that client base by, say, 5 to 10%, because you're going to encourage, we don't have any other drive-throughs within 10 miles.
Well, I'll give you a relative number. They do 1,100 prescriptions a week at the current store. They do 1,900 prescriptions a week at media. So obviously the store, the size, and the drive-throughs are trying to come from the 1,100 to the 1,900. So you're underutilized currently. If that gives you, it's a relative delta.
So wait, is it 1,100 a week?
Yes, currently.
In Wayne?
Yes.
Okay. So we can assume that those cars that are entering and exiting the Wayne store will be shifted from that location down to this location,
That's correct.
which is a lot more traffic than this location seeing now with a Blockbuster and a Taco Bell.
Why is that?
Well, because most people today are not renting videos, they're actually, on demand.
Yeah,
or
but the
they're.
Taco Bell gets a lot of traffic. I mean, you're guessing. I don't know if
I,
that's
no,
right or not.
yeah, I'm posing it as a question. I think that's the kind of data we need to know
I think the only thing I
to
can
understand the
say- yeah.
impact. By changing this ordinance, we have an impact, an unexpected consequence of doing this.
No, this property's going to be developed, John. The Blockbuster's going out of business. There's some other business going in there.
Well, there could be a lower traffic use, is what I'm
Yeah,
getting
but
at.
I don't think the pharmacy is this question of the evening. The pharmacy is a use by right. The question is, how is the drive-through for the Rite Aid compared to the drive-through for the Taco Bell? And the drive-through for the Rite Aid is significantly less in flow, if you will, than the drive-through for the Taco Bell. I mean, I can offer that as positive testimony because the use is not a question. It's there as a use by right. The parking is supportive of the store. It matches the zoning ratios in the WBO. So the rest of the application is completely compliant. The question becomes whether this board sees fit to look at the issues of a drive-through and look at whether it's more positive or negative and compare that drive-through to the abandoned drive-through at Taco Bell, which is, again, getting a lot more flow, emptying directly in the middle of the block right onto Lancaster Pike. And good traffic planning, as we all know, uses collector streets like Aberdeen for signalized intersections that you can go left and uses collector streets at the end for trying to get cars away from the perimeter. That's why every Wawa has every corner, location, 2 corners of access. This matches all good planning. But again, the drive-through is the issue, and the question becomes, is it plus or is it minus relative to the merits when you weigh the scales?
Do you have anything else for us?
No, sir.
Okay. Any commissioners have any other questions? Anything else for the public hearing? Mr. Sneller, you wanted to be the last one heard? If you want to speak, why don't you come on up? Mr. Sneller. Okay. Any other public comment other than these two gentlemen? Okay.
Thank you, board, and thank you, applicant. And thank you for the opportunity to respond. I want to object quickly to the fact that the zoning hearing board denied jurisdiction and the fact that this board accepted the role without sending it back to the zoning board. I think that having just made a decision about 105 North Aberdeen at great length and great deliberation, they certainly should have taken on this project, which also entails Aberdeen and the traffic situation at that light. I don't know why they turned it away specifically, but there's an aura of shuffling, and I don't know that, but there is certainly a need for the zoning board to take control over the whole situation, even if it's 2 different districts. I want to object to the applicant's, I believe, not 1 but 2 presentations, that is at the last meeting and at a certain instance sometime over the summer. I guess they were asking the board originally, after the zoning board declined to look at the matter. At both times, the applicants had 2 chances to pave the way here and acclimate the board to their goodwill. And meanwhile, no one in the public has been given a chance to talk. I think I can't emphasize enough the scope applied by 2 or 3 other people and so I won't go into it, that it certainly isn't just about pharmacies. And although the board can change whenever they want, certainly no board of commissioners ever goes around changing zoning codes ever at the will of the following applicant because they said they would for the prior applicant. And I don't think the board would change for any specific applicant, and I see no economic benefit to the township in this regard. I think that 3 smaller business. I mean, I don't want to go into the matters that will go before the planning commission, but the tax base alone is helped more by more businesses. A big box doesn't have any advantages whatsoever, and that leads me to my major point of a theoretical but legal basis, is the fact that the master plan was carefully written. and the two overlays were carefully written. And people want a town center feel. When you go to, I still call it Sam Spears, you've got a feeling like you're in a town. And the people who passed this overlay, to my knowledge, and this master plan wanted that town center to extend to Aberdeen. They didn't want it to look like Lancaster going towards the Wawa. They call it downtown, all the way down to Aberdeen. And having a big box here, I don't know about their design, but I know about the traffic, and I know there's going to be a great number of parking spaces. We're not getting what we wanted. And when you're talking about a drive-through, you're really talking about what they adamantly opposed. Okay, that's my lecture. People have talked about health, and I think the pedestrian safety matter is the health matter. But more so, we're talking about not just traffic and volume, we're talking about the appearance of a town center. When you walk from the old news agency down to Lancaster, you've got a feel of a town because there's fewer cars going through your vision. They're all in the center of the street. So if you want to walk from the present Taco Bell towards the center of town, this cross traffic, I don't care how many trees you plant, it's going to detract from what was intended. And there's 5 more arguments in that regard I won't get into, but we're talking about aesthetics. As far as pedestrian safety also, I'd like to mention that the master plan, and of course the board isn't bound at all by any master plan. Even legally, master plans only have so much weight. But you do have a lot of duty to stick to the plan because it was written specifically about a very small area. And that creates more of a duty on your part to stick to the intent of it. And they state on page 7 in item 6, the intent that a crosswalk someday be placed mid-block between Luella and Aberdeen so people can easily cross Lancaster Avenue. And I can see that's feasible. Right now, we're talking about drive-throughs. TD Bank, do they already have a drive-through? Oh, excuse me. I don't think a proliferation of drive-throughs is going to help these ideas for crosswalks and pleasing shopping areas. We're only talking about 3 blocks, really, for downtown. Rite Aid's current situation, more so, is a very conducive one. They have one of the nicest situations in town. This may not bear too much, but they have a very pleasant situation with diagonal parking, with shared parking, with the shoe store and the bike store, and we have no reason to let them improve their situation at the prospect of drive-ins popping up wherever they feel like.
Jim, you're making an assertion. On what basis are you making that assertion that they have a nice? Because quite frankly, I specifically don't use that Rite Aid because of its parking situation.
If I could, I've used it for 20 years and 15 of my adult life. And they share a parking spot. It's literally behind the nursing home, next to the shoe store, Antonio's, and between them and the Rite Aid. There are always 2 or 3 spaces there, unless you go at 4:30. Or there's usually a space in front of the Rite Aid at the diagonal parking next to the movie theater. Now, I haven't driven in 5 years. My sworn testimony as to riding a bike is true. However, my point is that they are making quite a furor here. And also, I think the board should pay attention that this is a possible nuisance legislation. Nuisances occur when something so outrageous has happened that the public might be severely inconvenienced. And we have not seen any real traffic study nor pedestrian study. Could I please question in one sentence the notice that was made? I'm afraid that the charter isn't very specific about notice, referring to another section that doesn't exist. But I think we could have at least stuck to the zoning code, to the administrative codes, chapter 5, section 8, that says we should have given notice to everyone in the WBOD by mail, and notice should have been given for people within 1,000 feet. I think that notice by mail is important because it might have waken up some business owners, and or landowners, whereas articles or notices in the paper perhaps are a little tepid. and I think we may have not adhered to the code. And I don't see any expert testimony. With all respect to the presentation, we've seen an expert apparently, or we're submitting to the board alone testimony on traffic. We're not seeing anything about the pleasantries, about the ill, and how this is a convenience to them. And I don't want to sound like I'm against people having convenience when they're sick. But there are large gaps in that argument. For instance, if a family has 4 children and the missus is sick, or one of the kids is terribly sick, she's going to put all 4 kids in the car instead of perhaps leaving 2 at home. When there's 4 kids in the car, the logistics of where she goes change. She's going to be in a hurry to get back home instead of stopping 2 or 3 places. They're just innumerable paramutations, and we don't have any right to rely on simple claims about convenience based on drive-thrus. More so, I heard that overall generalization that more drive-thrus equals less traffic. Not so. We all know that predictions always go the opposite way, and I'd like to see some hard evidence. Does that make sense to the board? More drive-thrus equals less traffic. No, first of all, they attract traffic, right? More drive-thrus equals less parking problems. No. If they're forced to go to town, they're going to make another stop somewhere else. We don't want to detract from the profit margin of any business in Wayne, but we do have to think about convenience. At some point, convenience will scare everyone away. I'm really almost done.
Mr. Schneller, could you wrap this up, please? There's other people that might want to speak tonight.
If I could refute some of the numbers given. We were told originally that perhaps 24 to plus 6 customers per hour was a very general possible figure. And these folks got before the board by quoting 6 per hour. They didn't say the 24, they said the 6. Is a new use better? I don't think that any big box was intended. I also would like to refute the evidence given about a neighbor testified at the zoning hearing board, whereas 5 other people, approximately 5 people testified at that zoning board meeting and the planning commission, that this was solidly objected to. I have been a resident of the area for 5 years, and I would hope that what I'm saying is taken as pretty literal. I pass the intersection every day.
I think we understand your position. Thank you.
And finally,
Mr. Sneller?
It's been said, yes.
I think you've made your point. I think we understand that you're against this.
I'm not against what is a great Pennsylvania corporation. I just know that they are happy, and their current formula for having a large box with drive-in, you see them all over the place. But you see them in the prairies of Camden County, and you see them up by Royersford. But it doesn't mean we have any duty whatsoever. And I would like to say one more thing, is that these pictures and all should have no bearing on the board. The applicant turned at the end back to specifics and seeks to sway the board. And I think that the matter really hinges on the fact that the ordinance is district-wide.
Thank you.
As far as their claim that there's a feasible challenge on inequality, I would like to see some kind of authority for that. I don't think there's any inequality in the ordinance currently. I think that could be a far-fetched idea. And finally, as far as traffic, I wanted to make what is a very obvious point. Pharmacy traffic is during school traffic, blending into 5 o'clock traffic. Mothers are picking people up at school, and that's when they're going to stop there the most. and Aberdeen will be indeed unbearable. The fact that there is a driveway on Aberdeen itself perhaps is something that should scare the board more than anything. I've tried not to.
Mr. Snell, I'm going to have to ask you to sit down. You have made your position known. There's one more person that would like to talk, and we also have many other items on the agenda.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm John Sheehan. I live in Wayne on Windsor Avenue. I've lived in Wayne for 38 years, raised 3 children, and I'm a frequent walker to both Rite Aid, CVS, and I'm trying to walk to as many locations as I can instead of driving. The part of Wayne that I live on is on the western bracket of the Wayne Business District, and I live about 800 feet west of where the Wawa is. And somebody this evening earlier used the term unintended consequences. And when the Wawa went through the planning process and came to Wayne at the corner of Lancaster and Banbury, Bloomingdale's on the other side of the street, no one, I think, anticipated the amount of traffic that business would generate. Looking at it from this point of view, I would prefer to have a small dynamite factory on that corner that had regular hours. When I leave my residential neighborhood on Windsor Avenue, the only way out, there's 2 ways out. One is down Farm Road, which is a very dangerous place to enter Lancaster Avenue. So most people enter Lancaster Avenue in my neighborhood from Windsor Avenue, proceeding towards the Wawa. There's a triangle there, and then we head to Lancaster. As a pedestrian, I've been close to having cars hit me in the knees several times. Once when crossing the light at Lancaster and Banbury to go towards Bloomingdale, and several times crossing Banbury towards Wawa. And I would just ask the board to particularly pay attention to the traffic impact of this business. To me, it's reasonable to assume that if they have a drive-in pharmacy facility there, they will have more customers. They're certainly not looking to have fewer customers by having a drive-in, and I really doubt if they would have the same number of customers. I think their expectation reasonably is to increase their volume of business, which means more traffic. And I would just caution folks to be careful of that. The worst thing for me would be if a pharmacy decided to go in next to Wawa and had a drive-in facility. It would be worse than 2 dynamite factories on that corner. So I would just caution the board to pay particular attention to the traffic. 2 quick questions. Will this project require a highway occupancy permit because it's on a state highway? Second question, will it require a traffic impact study?
Yes and yes.
Okay, yes and yes.
Yes and yes.
So they will require both of those. Because my understanding is the traffic impact study will take into account the additional traffic generation on both Aberdeen as well as Lancaster Avenue. If I was a customer to the newly configured Rite Aid and I parked in a parking lot, rather than go around and exit on Aberdeen, I think I might prefer to go out onto that other access road onto Lancaster Avenue. So I would pay attention to whether or not the traffic impact study takes that into account. My guess is there will be a lot more traffic coming out onto that access road where the Kazi's restaurant is.
John, you raise an interesting point, and it leads me to a question to our solicitor. The traffic impact study probably will not be done, as Mr. Petrose had indicated, until they go to land development. Obviously, they're not there yet because they need the zoning change in order to process their application accordingly under the new change of zoning, if that's what they want to do. John, a question for you. Can we require a traffic impact study for a simple zoning change, recognizing, of course, that the zoning change is most significant with regard to this particular property, and we know what's coming afterwards?
Can you require?
Can we require a TIS?
I don't believe you have anything as part of a zoning. I mean, this is a text change. This is not a zoning map change, but there's nothing in the zoning ordinance that would require a zoning change. You can require, or a traffic impact study. You can ask the applicant to do that. I don't think they've done a full-blown traffic impact study. There's been some counts. If you ask them to do that before you make a decision on this, then the ball's in their court. Do they want to spend that money, not knowing what the vote may be or what the sentiment is of the board? Some ordinances have detailed traffic impact studies and other types of studies for any kind of a zoning amendment. It's a little unusual for a text amendment. If it's a zoning map change, it's more usual to have those impact studies. But this is a legislative decision. You've got the discretion to do whatever you want to do with this. There's really no appeal from a denial of this. But you can ask the applicant. I don't know whether they will answer you tonight, but you can certainly ask that that be done before you act on this.
If this was simply somebody walking in and saying, the implementation committee saying, we think this is a good thing we should do in the WBOD, that's one thing. This whole process is being driven by one piece of property, one applicant, presumably for a future land development plan. So I don't know. It's a difficult situation we find ourselves in, John, in that we don't know the full impact on these various intersections with regard to level of traffic.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Okay, thank you.
Is there anything else that the applicant wants to submit?
No, thank you. I did want to say, in response to the last issue that Tank raised, that on February 5th, when I was at the implementation committee, at the end of that meeting, the chairman indicated that the implementation committee was going to recommend the ordinance amendment. Now, I understand they revisited that issue at the next meeting, but that's what was said at that meeting, that it was going to be the implementation committee's recommendation. At least two members of the implementation committee told me that. Subsequently, I think they thought that, let it go through the process and let the board make the decision, which of course ultimately is what happens anyhow. And I have the exhibits A1 through A7. Should I give them to the township secretary?
Who should have the exhibits, Mr. Rice? You?
I'll take them for now.
Okay.
And then I can leave. We'll see that they're here at the township building if anybody's interested.
Sorry we tied you up so long. Appreciate the time.
It's all right.
I just want to ask a few questions of a matter of public record from one of the stakeholders that will be most likely affected by this development and by the zoning change. And I want to ask Bill Hagan, who is responsible for the Radnor garage. And I want to ask him, Bill, I'd like to know if you have reservations or concerns about the zoning change and how it will impact your operations and your parking, knowing that any development at that site that has access to those parking spaces early in the morning, i.e. employees of any establishment at that location, deciding to use your parking spaces. Do you have any concerns now? Do you have any problems now with those parking spaces?
Commissioner Fisher, most of my guys are in by 6:30, 6:45, so we have we secure our parking area pretty early in the morning. The only problem that I do have is Blockbuster. Sometimes during snow removal, I have excess cars, so we do have to sit out there and monitor the lot a little bit. But that's simple enough. Once I have my guys in and they're all parked in there, it's not a big issue. excuse me, most of our traffic takes place, we try to get everybody out. We try to stage a little bit in the morning between 7 and 7:20. Most of our vehicles are out on the road by that time. Once the vehicles are out on the road, very few people will come back to the garage for lunch. Most people eat on site. The only trips that are made back are mostly by the highway department or the electrician coming back for supplies. And then we would wrap up at the end of the day around 3:15, 3:20. Most of the traffic comes back to the garage to commence for the day.
And presently, could you describe the parking access? Is it freely open at this point? So from the Blockbuster lot, those 7 parking spaces, are they available from that side, or are they available from your side?
No, we have to go in through the Blockbuster lot.
Okay. And is there any concern? I noticed this drive-through will be queuing cars in that area, and there's a possibility that queue could extend back through that parking area. Do you foresee that as an issue with any of your staff getting in and out of those parking spaces if that were to happen?
It's tough until the spots would actually be there. I would say no.
Okay. Thank you.
Anything else? All right, that concludes the public hearing. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay. The next item on our agenda is the proposed settlement agreement regarding Walker's Nursery. Mr. Rice. Mr. Rice, do you want to address that?
Yeah, you have something
Yeah,
under item A, though.
I think you jumped way
I'm
ahead,
sorry.
Tom.
You jumped over a couple of things there.
Association update?
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. I did. I apologize. Yeah. I was looking under community development. We're not there yet. Yes, the Wayne Business Association update, and I should have called you guys up at the beginning of the meeting. I'm sorry. Okay.
Learn a little more about Wayne tonight anyway, right?
Yeah. Well, it's a tough act to follow. We had a great time. We just wanted to update you on the Radnor Fall Festival.
You want to give us your name?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Todd Sarinsky. I'm the chairman of the Radnor Fall Festival and on the board of the Wayne Business Association. President Diane Giorli could not be here tonight. Fall Fest went wonderfully. Thank you so much to the Township for all your help. The in-kind sponsorship with the police presence. We had a couple cars that were parked there in the beginning that shouldn't have been there, and they were able to track people down and get them moved without incident. Cleanup went very well. The event was attended by, I believe, close to 5,000 people this year. We got nothing but praise from the public. I personally got nothing but praise from the vendors as well regarding how the event went. I know there were some board members there. I hope everyone had a good time that did show up there. And if I didn't see you there, I hope you had a great time as well. We really like the venue. We'd like to do it again there in the years to come. It was a lot of fun.
Well, thanks for all your effort. We appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
We don't have any departmental reports.
No. Yeah, there are no departmental reports. Moving on to committee reports, community development. The first item is ordinance 2009-23 regarding appropriating portions of the property of East Haverford Associates LLC for temporary construction and road right-of-way purposes in order to install roadway improvements along the frontage of the property. Mr. Rice.
Mr. Masterson, this is an ordinance that's been advertised for tonight for a public hearing. This was introduced back in, I believe, September. At one of the earlier hearings was advertised for tonight. This involves the 5 Points intersection. As the board knows, the two townships, and Radnor in particular, have been attempting to acquire the rest of the right-of-way that's necessary. This particular property owner, the right-of-way that's proposed to be acquired is 708 square feet. What the ordinance essentially does is authorizes the filing of a declaration of taking, assuming there's no agreement reached. I've been in touch with property owner's attorney over the past month or so, and I anticipate that we're going to reach an agreement on this, and then we won't need to then file a declaration of taking for the right-of-way. But in lieu of that happening, and it hasn't happened yet, but I expect it to happen, that we will reach an agreement and satisfy the property owner's needs. The ordinance, the board authorized the advertisement of the ordinance. It was introduced last month and is up for you for adoption tonight and hearing.
I'll move the approval of the ordinance.
We'll have public comment in a minute. Is there a second on the?
Second.
Okay. Any board discussion at this point?
John, as I understand it, this is an ordinance which you're recommending, but you don't think we're going to have to exercise anything through the ordinance because you're very confident you're going to reach an agreement with that property owner on the cost of the property, correct?
Correct. And like I said, we've had a couple different versions of an agreement that has gone back and forth. As of last Thursday, I had additional comments, which I don't see is going to be any kind of an impediment to resolving this. The ordinance provides for the appropriation, but paragraph 3 authorizes the solicitor and township officials to acquire the property by amicable agreement. And I honestly expect that to happen. I've got no indication from council for the property owner that we're not going to be able to reach an agreement on this.
On a 100% basis, how close are you to a settlement with them?
Based on the couple minor issues that are left, I'd say 90%.
Okay, thank you.
But the bottom line is, if we don't come to an agreement, we need this property so we can improve that intersection for the safety of the public.
Right. The plans that have been approved by PennDOT and were developed by Pannoni require rights-of-way in both municipalities. We've acquired the right-of-way from Wawa. This is the last piece of right-of-way. There's a like I said, 708 square feet. There's a temporary construction easement that goes with that. And without the right-of-way, you can't implement the plans.
Okay, at this point, we'll entertain public comment.
Kenneth Taylor, 242 Willow Avenue. I know this is going out over the air, and that's why I'm doing it. I think the taxpayers of this township should understand the genesis of this particular plan to widen this road and to make improvements to it. And that is that it is intrinsically linked to a land development plan submitted to the authorities of Lower Merion Township by Bryn Mawr Hospital in the form of its parent company, Mainline Health. They submitted a master plan that involved them taking over, which they have used their massive financial capability of doing, of purchasing a great number of homes, leveling those homes, building surface parking, buying another series of homes, leveling those homes, and building a parking garage. So far, that's all they've built is parking, having to do with their master plan. But the need to widen and improve this road was a condition placed upon them by the authorities of Lower Merion Township, an institution that it has massive financial capability. In Lower Merion Township, they did not have to approach its board or its taxpayers for assistance because they own most of the property on the north side of County Line Road in this vicinity and didn't need any eminent domain or to take a portion of anybody's property, and didn't need to involve the Lower Merion Township Board of Commissioners in attempting eminent domain. But they have come to Radnor to get their job done, the job related to their land development plan, at taxpayers' expense in this township. And I have to remind the board that this is an institution, a nonprofit institution, that while most of its property is not located within this township, and therefore we have no positive tax revenue from this entity. The two portions of property I believe that they do own are not taxable because they're a nonprofit. And what they're asking to do is that in order to comply with a land development mandate placed upon them by Lower Merion, they're coming to the taxpayers of this township and this board and saying, carry my water, and carry that water in the form of involving Mr. Rice's time, this board's time, and obviously funds that this township will have to put up if an amicable agreement is reached, and funds that we'll have to put up in the form of additional legal expenses to follow through with the eminent domain procedure if an amicable agreement is not reached. But the long and the short of it is that this was a massive building development plan. Mainline Health had all kinds of money to come up with all other components of it, except this portion of it they're placing on your shoulders and on the taxpayers' shoulders. And I think that's unfair. This is an institution that, at a minimum, if this board goes along and goes ahead and proceeds to authorize the solicitor to take this property by eminent domain or by amicable agreement, this board should not do so until it determines that this is going to be revenue neutral to the citizens of this township. And that is that Mainline Health make this township whole as to every dollar it expends because this township is carrying its water regarding the land development plan that it submitted to the Lower Merion Township authorities. This improvement project was mandated as part of that land development. This should not cost our taxpayers a nickel. Also, I don't know what kind of a message this sends to the businesses in this township who do pay property taxes and do pay net profit, gross profits taxes, that if a large institution of a considerable political sway gets the ears and the attention of this board, that lo and behold, a small businessman or a small property owner better not be in the way. There was a meeting held at Barak Academy last week on this, and unless there's been a substantial change of position of the property owner, I believe this is the MJ Prep Test property, just to the east of the Wawa, on the south side of County Line Road, that property owner made no indication that there was anything resembling an amenable agreement in place, but rather they spoke up and said that the potential for the roadway to be placed even closer to their building is a heavy safety concern of theirs, and that for that reason alone, I think the quote was, "You can keep your money, I'd rather keep the land." That doesn't sound like a 90% amicable agreement was struck. Again, unless something major happened in the few ensuing days. But I think this sends a dangerous message. We are in tough economic straits, especially in comparison to the Lower Merion Township. But to place this burden on the taxpayers rather than have this land applicant make the township whole as to every nickel we expend to basically do something that they were required to do to make their hospital expansion plans. And again, I think it sends a real difficult message to the people who are paying revenue into this township. Small business owners, MJ Prep, Casilio's Pizza, all the other business entities that are going to be affected by this, that if a big institution, politically connected, whose board members predominantly live in the township, need your property, you better stand out of the way. I think it sends a dangerous message to people that are actually paying tax revenue into this board that it can then turn around and supposedly use to help the citizens. And I think you better think twice about this, other than my general disgust for the use of eminent domain to acquire personal property rights.
There's a couple of clarifications that need to be made to Mr. Taylor's comments, if you have a moment. The board entered into an agreement 2 years ago with Lower Merion to split the cost on this project 50-50. The land development that went through Lower Merion Township with Bryn Mawr Hospital required Bryn Mawr Hospital to give a portion of their property in order to widen Bryn Mawr Avenue and County Line Road on the Bryn Mawr Hospital side only. Lower Merion Township persuaded the hospital to donate $600,000 to make other improvements, and that's what we're talking about this evening, to make those other improvements, to make the intersection work properly. So Bryn Mawr Hospital gave up their land and $600,000 to make this intersection work.
And Radnor, and we
have an agreement with Lower Merion to split all the cost, the construction cost and the appropriation of the right-of-way that's necessary, 50-50.
And that cost was $250,000 for each municipality?
Well, that depends on what we're purchasing the right-of-way from Wawa and from MJ Test Prep. And whatever we decide is the right price based on the appraisals that we've done and the agreement that we entered into will be split with Lower Merion. So they will be reimbursing us half.
But this board approved it, and based on your recommendation, this would improve the intersection?
Yeah, this goes back 2 years ago
Yeah,
when
no.
we entered into the agreement with Lower Merion.
But it's not just the development of the perimeter, it's to improve that intersection for all the residents of Radnor and Lower Merion.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
John Nagel, Bryn Mawr. I'm not a big fan of eminent domain, but that's not specifically what I want to address. What I did hear from the lady from MJ Test Prep was that she was willing to talk about solutions, and I think we're being thugs to pass this tonight, and then she'll have that sword hanging over her head as we try to go forward to solve her issues. It sounds like we've heard from her, but we've never really gotten into nitty-gritty detail of how we're going to do it. For example, the one issue that was brought up was that the building being closer to the street, because the waiting room for the kids that are there for the studies is right on the other side of that wall. Well, obviously, that can be handled by things like bollards or things of that nature, but that hasn't been discussed. And I think we really should step back, discuss a final solution that really addresses her concerns and not have that threat of eminent domain hanging over her head. Thank you.
Is there anybody else here to speak on this proposed ordinance?
Good evening. Dan Sherry, Wayne. Just real quickly, the gentleman prior to Mr. Nagel commented on the town hall meeting that was scheduled and held last week. I believe it was organized by Interim Commissioner Shapiro. A couple things did come up during the meeting, aside from the woman from MJ Test Prep, who, as was indicated, was extremely unhappy at the meeting in terms of the tactics going forward. So I would state that if it is in fact 90% completed, that comprehensive discussions be had, because it certainly did not appear from that woman that that was in fact the case. Another individual who spoke at length at the meeting was an individual who owns a pizzeria in the area. While his property is not being taken per se, the effect of this development will effectively prevent him from having adequate parking, and that's again something that I think needs to be looked at quite carefully by this board, because the impacts to the small businesses in the area appear to be extreme, and I'm not talking about Wawa. The last thing that I'll say on this particular issue is I find eminent domain to be, as a tactic, extremely offensive, and the language of the ordinance specifically says amicable agreement. The types of negotiation tactics that were brought up during the town hall meeting didn't sound in any way, shape, or form amicable. They sounded vague. They sounded that people, it seemed like people were going over there with just documents, showing them to the property owners. There were insinuations that the property would be taken no matter what, so these individuals would just need to sign. I would certainly hope and expect that this board does not resort to those types of tactics when dealing with small businesses in the township, and that eminent domain truly be used as a last resort when negotiations that were pursued in good faith have broken down. Thank you.
Harriet Waldron. I also attended the meeting that they had, the town hall meeting in regards to this subject, and I am just speaking briefly on behalf of my friend Joe Burns, who owns Pacilio's. There has not been enough thought given to how this type of approach is going to affect his business. He was very vocal about it. I thought he might be here tonight, but because he's not involved with this ordinance of the right of eminent domain, that's probably why he is not. But it does seem that it's been a decision that's been sort of made without anybody looking at details and approaches and really being there to help the businessman. And I would assume possibly if a commissioner had been involved a little bit more for the last 9 months, they would have gotten involved in this and made some decisions and sort of worked through the township's role and the commissioner's role and help these business people. So my advice also would be to not vote on that ordinance and to sort of start, not from ground zero, but midway through and really go talk to both of these people and get in touch with what they need and then make some decisions about it. I think they're both amenable. I don't think you'll have any problems. I heard the same thing that everybody else did, but it does need to have more details defined. Thank you.
I think it should be noted that there were numerous meetings and conversation that took place with our solicitor, with our police force, with our engineer, with both Pacilio's and Mr. Byrne and the MJ Test Prep Center. So I think some of what you're hearing here is from what was chosen to be heard at the meeting. In all actuality, the people that attended these meetings can give you the detail as to what was discussed, what was put in writing, what was sent back to be readdressed, and what has been presented back to MJ Test Prep by our solicitor. And that's what they're sitting on right now, and that's what we're waiting on, and I think that's why Mr. Rice said he thinks it's 90% sure it's going to be taken care of. Let's not forget, and they mentioned this at the meeting, there were 58 incidents that took place on the Radnor Township side, and about 75 incidents that took place on the Lower Merion side. This was in a 3-year period. That's pretty substantial. I think we all can agree that's a pretty dangerous intersection. And it's something that's been, for reasons that maybe were just mentioned, weren't taken care of when they should have been. But now we're trying to take care of it. Now we're trying to get something done. And that's why I put the meeting together, was to facilitate all the powers that be that could make these decisions together so that the community could voice their opinion in front of everybody and not just individually to the proper people within the township, and we can move forward from there. And a meeting has been requested with Mr. Byrne, with our engineer, with the police department, and with myself to try to get formal plans of what it is exactly that he's looking for, because we're trying to accommodate Mr. Byrne. Thank you.
Would there be any reason not to table this for 30 days to give the parties an opportunity to continue discussing it? So
What I would, if the board's of a mind not to act on it tonight, I would continue it to a date certain. It's a public hearing. We won't need to re-advertise it. It's on the record.
But this doesn't affect Mr. Burns.
No.
No.
This only applies to the test prep property. There's no right of way to be acquired from Mr. Burns. I understand he has some concerns, and it sounds like it's going to be addressed in a meeting. And we'll do whatever we can with Mr. Burns. I'm optimistic about MJ Test Prep. Maybe 90% is too optimistic, but I'm speaking to their counsel, and that's what I'm basing my opinion on. But if the board's of a mind not to act on this, I'd pick a date, whether it's 2 weeks from tonight or your first meeting in November, and continue this hearing until that date. And then that'll give us some more time to finalize. There's been a couple drafts of an agreement that have gone back and forth. The last draft last Thursday. So I think we're close. But until everyone signs on the dotted line, when you have a document and you start looking at it, then, because this has been discussed since I've been here, it's been discussed with both of these property owners on more than one occasion. This just didn't happen in the last week. But I would suggest that, so you don't have to pay the advertising cost. Just continue the hearing to a date certain.
Well, I think we should vote on it. We've been spending 2 years trying to get this right away from Wawa and this property owner to this project to improve this intersection for the benefit of all the residents with all the accidents here and all. And, and we've got the Wawa, and we've been working with these people, and hopefully we can work it out. But I think that, we have to, if we don't work it out, we have to have this property to move on and for the public good, and that's why we have to do it. We don't like doing it, but we have to do it. And to just stall, it just gives them more opportunity.
The former commissioner in the 5th Ward approached us, I believe, 2 years ago on this. And as was noted, there really hasn't been a commissioner involved in this process from that ward for the better part of this year. So I would think that taking an additional 2 weeks to reach what I'm sure will be an amicable resolution of this is really not delaying it that long. And at this point, I would move to table ordinance 2009-23 for that 2-week period until our next public meeting to see if Mr. Rice can bring this to a close.
Second.
All those in favor of the motion to table, say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Opposed?
Okay, so we'll put it on for the meeting in 2 weeks. Okay, the next item on the agenda is the notice of the public hearing to be held on October 19, 2009 at 7 p.m. at the Radnor Township Municipal Building, amending Chapter 255, Subdivision and Land Development of the Code of the Township of Radnor, creating a new Article 10, Garrett Hill District, and Chapter 280, Zoning of the Code of Township of Radnor, establishing a new district, Garrett Hill Zoning District, setting forth new definitions within the district, implementing the Garrett Hill Master Plan. We're not doing anything on this tonight, we're just announcing this, is that? Okay, so.
It's been advertised for next Monday night.
All right, so we're having a special meeting next Monday night.
Correct.
Which is the public hearing on the Garrett Hill Overlay Master Plan stuff.
There'll be 2 ordinances in front of you, a zoning amendment with the zoning map change and a subdivision land development ordinance amendment that goes along with the Garrett Hill Master Plan.
Okay, thank you. Next item on the agenda is the proposed settlement agreement regarding Walker's Nursery.
Mr. Masterson, this is I'm requesting that the board authorize me to sign off on a settlement agreement. I'll give a little bit of the history here involving Walker Nursery, which is a property at South Roberts Road. It's a property that has a seasonal nursery on it, a commercial use that is in a residential zoning district. Over time, the township essentially acquiesced in the use, despite the fact that it wasn't a permitted use. I got involved probably in April or May. There was a zoning violation issued by the prior zoning officer, which then resulted in counsel for the Walkers contacting me. I got some of the history on this and determined that in lieu of having the Walkers file an appeal to the zoning hearing board, since the township had acquiesced in this, in the use, that we would resolve the zoning citation by basically settling it so that there was no determination that it was a non-conforming use and that this use would not continue beyond the present owners of the property. So you would not end up with a more commercial operation in that residential neighborhood if the property was sold. It would end at that time. So you have a letter agreement from Nick Cornelia on behalf of the property owners. It's been signed by both of the property owners, which I requested be done. And I'm looking for the board to authorize me to sign this on behalf of the township.
Move the approval.
Second.
Any board discussion? Any public comment? All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Next item on the agenda is the proposed amendment to the Declaration of Covenants regarding KMO-361 Realty Associates, Inc.
I'll take this one. This is a request from the property owner, KMO 361 Realty Associates LLC, to modify an existing recorded declaration of covenants, restrictions, and conditions on the property at 550 East Lancaster Avenue. There's currently a restriction that was recorded. There was a reference to it tonight 16 years ago as part of a land development plan at the time that would prohibit a restaurant with alcoholic beverages on the property. The request from the property owner went to the Planning Commission at the board's direction, and the Planning Commission recommended to the Board of Commissioners that the declaration be lifted and modified so that the modification would apply only to 5,000 square feet of the, there's a 10,000 square foot building on this property in front of the TJ Maxx store. So 5,000 of that, by lifting that restriction, would be eligible for a restaurant use on that property. So if the board's inclined to lift that restriction, the action for you would be to authorize me to prepare a declaration that would modify that existing condition and send that on to the property owner to be signed, and then it would be back to the board for the board signature.
And John, just to refresh my recollection from the last meeting, which I think Mick answered, in the absence of this existing agreement, this type of restaurant would comply with the zoning for where that site is located?
Correct. It's a permitted use, but this was something that I guess got negotiated as part of a land development plan, and that happens in certain situations. Despite the zoning, they still can't use it no matter what the zoning is for that use. So they're asking for this to be lifted.
All right, I'll move the approval for the solicitor to move forward.
Any board discussion? Any public comment on this? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Moving on to finance and audit, Mr. Higgins.
We have in front of us the schedule of bills payable. It's identified as bill list number 09-10A. Consists of a grand total of $1,321,627.92 to be authorized. It says the bills have been approved by the respective department head, verified and processed by the finance department, and within the budgetary limits as imposed by the Board of Commissioners. So I'd like to make a motion to introduce this and approve it, and I do have two questions after that.
Second?
Okay.
I guess, I don't know, John Granger or Bill, on page 1, I don't know if this is mischaracterized or what. There's something identified as Villanova University, and then it says rear door trash survey for $3,458. Is there something, a typo in there?
Yeah, we use the main Villanova University print shop to print the survey, the cards. They did the stamp, the bulk mail for us. That's why you see that charge there.
Okay, and then the Act 511 legal work, what exactly are, give me a practical explanation of what they're doing. The Brown and Silver Guild.
They perform all the legal work related to audit compliance for legal to collect, for collection purposes, to do certified letters, hearings, consultations, all legal work related to the audit compliance program.
Any
questions?
Any other questions? Okay. Any public comment?
I have a quick question on page 9 for disbursements. It lists whole life policies, insurance policies, and I was wondering, in our whole review of township matters, if we're reviewing who gets whole life policies, I mean, whole life is like my understanding of whole life, I've always done term, is that you're kind of contributing money to a retirement plan in addition to insurance. So is that what that whole life really is, that some employees are getting whole life insurance? So that's my question.
I believe that we are evaluating the insurance benefits, including these whole life policies.
Yes, I can answer that question for you. The whole life policies are guaranteed under union contract for civilian and police as part of their negotiated contracts. The non-union group has been moved to group term life. What you see here is for either union members, either police or civilian that have that guarantee under contract, or retirees that were retired out under that contract.
Okay, how can a civilian have that under their, do civilians have contracts?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, the rate, okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm Jim Schneller. I live at St. David's Park. When I moved to St. David's Park in 2003, I noted that Radnor Township had moved their offices to the former Wyeth complex on Radnor Chester Road. And I congratulated this township for a year and a half, the fact that they had taken economic matters into hand and were doing something that would really save the taxpayers, and frankly was in a pretty nice building, and permanently had taken the construction matter out of the public pockets. And because you're on finance and audit, I wish to request the board to investigate the cost overruns for this building. It's a gorgeous building, but a price was quoted, and the price was typical, and built a beautiful building. But I don't know where the other $5 million came from, nor who it went to, and I think in light of our township manager's demise, that an investigation is needed.
Thank you. Regarding the scheduled bills payable, they've been moved and seconded. All those in favor? Aye. Next is the monthly budget update, trash collection for 2010.
I guess, John, do you or Bill want to kind of walk us through the survey?
Mr. Chairman, we've got a fair number of responses back, just under 2,500 of about 6,500 that were mailed out. It was a pretty good response rate. 91% of the respondents prefer curbside with no fee. 4.5% want rear yard with a fee. 2.5% are senior or disabled, and they prefer to have no fee. 2% want the same, and the balance are others. Seeking direction on how to craft the budget, which will be presented at the next meeting. We have been operating under the assumption that there would be curbside collection, single stream, with some type of a fee for those who choose rear yard. It appears as though the majority of the residents prefer the collection at the curb. However, there is an issue. It was prompted at the last meeting. There are some people who prefer to have the rear yard. So do you want to have a rear yard or not? If so, do you want to have a fee or not? And I asked the solicitor, if you're going to have a fee, can you have a discounted fee for seniors? There is a legal issue there. I haven't talked to him about that, but I hope he's prepared to talk about it. And this would be one of the primary outstanding issues to be placed in the budget in terms of expenses. So, do you?
I have a question. Bill, how many, John said we send it to 6,200. We send it to everybody who gets trash picked up?
We sent it out to the homeowner, single family. Those.
Let me ask my question. How many households do you pick up trash from?
It's about 6,600, I believe.
Right.
So if I accept the fact that only 4.4% of the 6,600 are willing to pay for that service at the rate that you proposed, if I recall correctly, I don't have the budget numbers in front of me, we had a $600,000 number in the budget as a placeholder.
Yeah, and if you recall at the last meeting, I said that that was in there, but there were $600,000 worth of other things
Right.
on the other side.
But in terms of, here, I can do the math myself here for a second. Hold on. So we get, is that
So
what it
the
is?
$600,000 number that was often questioned up here of savings.
Right.
No, of income.
Right, so, but this translates into somebody's bill, just, you did the math, it's 35.
Well, I just did 100 times 350 real quick,
It's not-
but,
yeah,
you know,
it's
it's
fair.
112.
I mean, we're not talking a lot of money here. It's more of a political issue than a financial issue.
John, can I just clarify on this, on these numbers? The, I believe the card only had 2 questions on it,
Yep.
and yet we've gotten, it looks like we've gotten 5 responses.
Yeah.
That's a great survey when you get more data back than you ask for. I'm sure we got a lot of people volunteering information there. Is the 4.4% truly just from the cards? Like, can you explain this difference? Because I'm expecting to see 2 numbers here. I'm expecting to see curbside, no fee, rear yard with fee. But I'm seeing 5 responses, which total 100%. And I guess I'm just trying to get, you know, I would expect to see that curbside and rear yard would add up to 100%.
The
Am
bottom
I-
3 responses, the senior disabled, stay the same when you outsource, or pretty much handwritten responses. That because they were reasonably significant enough, we thought we'd bring it to your attention.
Sure.
And
No, I
we'd be
appreciate
accused
that.
of not providing you all the information.
No, that's what I want to know. That was data that you actually had to extract from the cards?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And I assume those people who wrote in those responses did not check either of the 2 boxes?
Yeah.
This was additional data we got?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
John, you know, the more I thought about this, the more I think we didn't ask ourselves the right question, that we only went halfway. Don't you think that we ought to really have a more comprehensive discussion and ask ourselves whether or not trash removal is something the township ought to be in the business of? Or should we look at having private contractors do that for us?
Well, that's what I said in the last meeting, Kevin. I mean,
I agree.
You need to have a comprehensive look at this. We can't decide over 100 houses here, 100 houses there. I mean,
Well-
if you
Especially if it's only going to, if
you're
the
talking about
revenue number is
30,000 or
30,
$50,000 in revenue, now I'd assume, based on that the expenses would go down because I'd assume we'd lay off trash people if we're not doing all this rear door pickup, right? That's the next logical thing, or maybe get rid of a trash truck that costs us some amount of money. So maybe there's more, but I'm not sure you're, and most of the people. I shouldn't say most people, but there's a lot of people that this is a difficult burden for them, whether or not they're on fixed income or can afford the $300, or that's a whole nother debate for another time. But quite honestly, I'm not going to be here for the discussion, but I think the new manager should have an overall comprehensive look at our trash program and look at it. It hasn't been looked at in 20 years. We do things the same way that we did, quite honestly, when I was in college and I worked for the trash company here, okay, one summer. Do it the exact same way. And I know that times have changed, technology has changed, and we need a comprehensive, fresh look at the whole thing. And that's what my recommendation is not to do anything until you can have a manager come in and take a look at it and see what the options are. See what kind of savings you can generate, see what kind of efficiencies you can develop, see what you can do to make it better.
Well, we've been discussing this now for 5 or 6 years, and as I told everyone in '07 when I campaigned, I asked everyone, and it was like 85% front yard collection. You know, I think we can develop a system where we go to front yard collection, and we get a small truck to handle those people that want to pay. It's not going to be a big operation, but we can come up with some people that want to pay. And those seniors, I've gotten 3 calls from seniors in my ward that have, we can work that, it's not a big problem, we can work it out.
I don't think it's a big problem.
But
We've discussed it for years, but we've never had any real information to make any decisions on.
Well.
Okay? It's always been 100,000, 700,000.
No.
We can save this, we can do that. It's been bounced
Yeah.
around back and forth. And I'm just saying, you should really have a professional look at it.
Fine.
And make some recommendations as to what we could do to improve our trash pickup?
Well, the reason we're moving to it now is because 2 or 3 years ago, we could have saved $500,000.
Supposedly,
No,
allegedly.
no, we could
Yeah.
have saved. We've made those cuts now. Bill will tell you, and the manager will tell you, that we've made cuts over the last 4 or 5 years. So now we're looking at a $300,000 savings. You know, we need to implement this to move forward in next year's budget. You know, we still have that deficit, and this is one of the ways we're going to pick up $300,000. And the fact of the matter is that, you know, you can always do a study whether you want to go to private collection or not. I don't think the residents of Radnor would be in favor of that. I would not be in favor
I
of it right
wouldn't
now.
either,
But so don't come up with reasons not to do this. You know, we've talked this to death, and you know, the public has spoken loud and clear a couple times that we should have front yard collection of trash to save money. Everybody has to chip in. They're cutting back everywhere.
But the savings are minimal at best, based on this information.
300,000 is not minimal.
I don't see a 300. I see
That
35.
was a revenue item that they put in. It was different from the savings. That was income.
John, if we implement this, are we saving $300,000 next year?
Probably a little more than that. I think it's all the part-timers and 4 full-timers plus the trucks. So it's a couple $100,000.
How many?
Couple $100,000.
Well, can you give us a number? I mean,
Bill, you got a number?
Well, if you go curbside, you're going to eliminate 4 full-time positions. You're going to eliminate 7 full-time, part-time positions. The full-time, part-time positions are somewhere around $165,000 when you figure in the workman's comp and the taxes. The 4 full-timers are somewhere close to $275,000, $300,000. You're looking at eliminating 6 trucks out of the fleet. 6 recycle trucks out of the fleet.
Wait, Billy, say that again. Eliminating 6 trucks?
Eliminating 6 recycle trucks, we would be going single stream, which means everything could be combined in the refuse trucks and carried to the recycler.
But Bill, can you just combine 2 things?
Yeah, and that's not rear yard pickup. That's a whole nother, that's 2 things.
But these are all the factors that are involved in the money savings in the program. I mean, if you take 8 trucks out of the fleet, you're looking at $9,300 a year per vehicle, and that's repair parts, fuel, insurance.
But you're taking 8 trucks out of the fleet based on curbside alone or consolidating the recyclables?
No, that is curbside and going single stream recycling. That's the basis of the plan.
So we're not starting with 2 things.
But single stream has its benefits for the township also.
I agree.
If you make recycling easier, right now we're paying tipping fees at the county somewhere around $15.90 a ton. Those fees are going to go up to $23.40 or $23.45 in 2010. So the more we encourage people to move out of the trash stream and get them to recycle, it will lower our tipping fees. I mean, so there's a lot of hidden costs, and we really wouldn't know those until the actual plan was put in place.
But Bill, the question is, if you went to the single stream only and left the rear yard pickup in place, what's the savings?
I would still need, you would eliminate the trucks, and you may be able to eliminate some of the part-time help. You're not going to be able to eliminate any full-time positions.
So you've got trucks being eliminated on single stream, you've got part-time being eliminated, and you've got 4 full-time positions staying intact. Is that the net?
That's correct, because if you stay rear yard, you still need the personnel to perform the job.
So the movement from single stream to curbside pickup causes us to, the savings would be the elimination of 4 positions?
The single stream is just part of the overall plan change.
I understand that, but you don't have to necessarily do both, do you?
No, you could go single stream. You would still eliminate the trucks, but if you're still doing rear yard, you're still going to need the personnel to go get the trash.
But if I understood your answer, you said you wouldn't need, you'd only need the incremental 4 full-time people. Did I understand the answer properly?
Well, if we're still doing rear yard, you're going to need the personnel. You may be able to trim a couple part-time positions. I wouldn't cut too many positions until you find you can do the job.
So if we combine both, You said 7 part-time positions?
If you go curbside with the hybrid for people to make adjustments for whether they're handicapped, whether they want to pay for the service, you go curbside, you go single stream, you're looking at 7 part-time eliminations, 4 full-time eliminations, eliminating 8 vehicles total from the fleet.
And in,
What does that translate into a bottom line number?
It's a little more than $500,000.
All right, 512. And what about, and we have cap costs too, so we're not going to, it's not, you said 9,300 a year in vehicle maintenance or cost?
$9,300 in vehicle maintenance, fuel, insurance.
Yeah, and then we also save on the capital cost of buying vehicles.
Correct. You still have to maintain your capital purchases. You will extend them a little bit. Most of your trash trucks, by the time they reach 11, 12 years, they've about had it. Going single stream, you may see that lifeline of a trash truck decrease a little bit because you're going to be utilizing those trucks every day. So you may get 8, 9 years out of a trash truck.
Right, so it's still the same tonnage of wet trash and recyclables, but right now it's spread among 2 sets of vehicles. So when we get rid of the recycling vehicles, we're now using those other, the trash trucks every day.
That's correct.
And generally, are those trash trucks more expensive to purchase and operate and maintain than, say, the recycling trucks?
The $9,300 was something when Amy was here, we came up and there's 20 vehicles in that department and 1/20th of the cost that we spent over a given year were broken out.
Bill, can I come back to my question?
Sure.
All right, now, if I understood you accurately, well, I think I did this time, if we implement both, we can eliminate 7 part-time positions, 4 full-time positions, and 8 trucks. And if I understood you accurately, if we went to single streaming but maintained the backyard pickup, we still would probably be able to eliminate the trucks. But we would not be able to, we would not eliminate 4 full-time positions.
You would eliminate the recycle trucks. You would not eliminate any refuse vehicles.
Okay. And how many of those 8 are the recycled trucks?
6.
6. So instead of eliminating 8 trucks, I'm eliminating 6. I'm eliminating 0 full-time positions. And approximately how many part-time positions, if any?
That would be experimental. I would say 3 in the beginning, and I don't know. You would have to go through the process to see how it goes. I do have the liberty of pulling from other departments until we get things organized and get systems in place.
Okay, and just on an annual basis, what do you think the cost of a part-time person is? Ballpark it.
$20,400. That's just salary alone. That does not include insurance and the other hidden fees.
Okay, and full-time person?
That'll
Just ballpark it.
I'm going to say 70,000.
Okay. So I get, based on those numbers, I get 360 plus benefits on top of that. Is that?
Well, the full-timer, I was including
That included benefits.
I was including everything in that.
Okay, so the
That's probably mid-range there, you know.
Okay, so the full-time guys, you included the benefits, the part-time guys, there was nothing in there.
Correct.
Okay.
It looks like we have a member of the public who would like to
I would
comment.
like to comment. Thank you. Harriet Waldron, Boxwood Road. I guess maybe the people in the Fourth Ward are a little different than in Mr. Spengler's ward, but what I've heard from most of the seniors is they're quite disturbed about the postcard that came in the mail, and most of them who are disturbed about it really are not physically capable of taking their trash out to the curb. In addition, we do have some disabled people that are not too happy, and I've also heard from younger people who could take the trash out, but they live on busy roads like Conestoga, and if the trash blows, it's going to be emptied, it's going to sit out there, they're at work, it's going to blow into the street, and they just feel $350 is just not appropriate for their situation. And I would say it is a discriminatory tax because you are going to affect, in most cases, seniors, disabled, and people who live in busy areas. And, I mean, it's not, I just don't think it's the way to go. I think, obviously, that single stream, a good idea. There's nothing that says we have to collect trash every 7 days. You could stagger that out, make it 3 times a month versus 4 if you really wanted to save money. And obviously, you could just take the recycled piece and do that every other week. I mean, I think that's a more fair approach to all the residents. We're all going to be affected in the same manner. The people you're going to affect with your $350 tax are people who really are on fixed income and cannot afford it. So I would like to say I would reconsider that. I have gotten a lot of pushback going door to door in the 4th Ward over that. I'd also want to add, if you do another market research survey, whether I am a commissioner or not, please call me, because that was a very confusing postcard. It did not use any standard market research rules, and that's why you do not have good data to work with. You should have given choices and ranges and what would you pay, and even ask their opinions. Do you understand why we might need to do this? How do you envision we could help you? You could help us meet our budget needs. If you ask good market research questions, you will get good answers. So that's I would say hold off on the 350. It's not going over very well.
I certainly agree that disabled, elderly people who have issues, we should always take care of them and never forget them. And, if that means taking care of them in this rear yard pickup, I think we should do that. But we also have that same group and then the rest of the citizens who are going to have to do a real reality check next year when our budget is significantly off. So what I heard was $500,000 in savings. $35,000 was the income number, what we'll receive. So we'll only receive $35,000, but so in terms of the budget, I know we allocated $600,000, so that's dramatically off. So that's good information that we now have. But if we're going to save $500,000, we need to start making those tough choices. And single stream and doing rear yard pickup, abolishing it for everybody except for seniors and disabled is something I think we need to start doing. The budget's not going to get balanced magically unless you start making tough decisions. So, I know, Mr. Higgins, on your street, you guys all really enjoy not putting your trash out. And I can understand why that's an issue for the people in your neighborhood. But, there's a lot in your neighborhood I run all the time, and there's lots of very able people who can put their trash out in that neighborhood. So let's take care of the disabled, and let's take care of the residents of this township by cutting expenses. We are sitting in a building that's killing us, and we have to pay for it somehow. So you need to make the decisions now to take care of next year. So I would please ask you to make the decisions both to go for single stream and also to go to stop this unless people pay for it. Thank you.
John, what are the legal ramifications, and how do you classify who's disabled, who's seniors, who can't walk? How do you make that determination?
Good question. I think the only way you would be able to do that, there'd have to be some kind of an application process, some way for folks that want to be exempt, set some parameters in either regulations or an ordinance in terms of who's going to pay, who's not going to pay based on a disability or based on age.
Do we have the authority to decide that, or do you have to go to a higher body? I don't know.
Well, basically the trash, it's not a tax, it's a fee. So, who you can exempt from that fee, that's something I don't have a definitive answer on, Enrique. John Granger and I have been talking about it. There's nothing in your charter or anything in your existing ordinances that address it. I suspect you can probably make exemptions. I'm not sure then, how you set that up, but you're going to have to set that up probably through the adoption of some kind of an ordinance. And have some kind of an application procedure. If you're going to include the disabled, what, we're going to require doctor's notes, or?
That's what handicap license, I don't know. What makes somebody, puts them in that classification, and is it legal? Can it be challenged and all that? It's not as simple as.
Well, it's something that can be done, because there's other considerations given to the elderly and to the disabled for provision of certain types of services. So, I mean, we can do it. I want to get my hands around either this federal or state authority to do it. I don't have that answer for you tonight.
If we go down the path of single streaming, Bill, do we eliminate the yellow recycling cans, or do those stay still in existence and you bring them down as well?
No, the cans would stay out there. The way the material is stored would change. You would probably see residents would need an additional container. A lot of surrounding municipalities have handled that situation by providing recyclable stickers for extra cans dedicated to recycling. That's probably the most cost-effective way to go, as opposed to supplying everyone with a bigger or another container.
So you would have the resident get their own can and put a sticker on it?
That's correct.
Okay, because I had one lady call me with an interesting suggestion, but in light of what you just described, it wouldn't necessarily be necessary. She was saying that she's older, and the hardship for her wouldn't be bringing down the trash, but actually her recycling can, because that would get heavy with bottles and things like that. And she was suggesting that in addition to the yellow can as is, that perhaps we ought to consider selling a can with wheels, so that if somebody wanted to wheel it down, but I guess it would make it easier for her to.
And like I said, a lot of the surrounding municipalities, take Haverford for instance, when they went to single stream, they did have bigger containers available that people could purchase through the township, but they also, people that didn't want to buy or purchase additional containers, and if someone has a trash container that has wheels on it now, they could just put a sticker on there and that would be accepted as a recycle container.
Anybody else want to participate in this discussion?
I'll make a quick comment before they come up. I got a chance to attend a budget conference for municipal budget people. It was a one-day session, and the one compelling thing that I walked away from it with was the discussion on what is a deficit. It seems like a simple question, and it has a simple answer. A deficit is when you spend more money than you bring in. And I've been talking about our deficit for about a year and a half now. Actually, for 2 years, I talked about it when I first came on the board. And we were looking at the point 2 years ago, we knew we were going to spend more money than we were going to bring in. And one thing I've looked at is the fact that we've allowed our fixed costs as a township to be based on our variable revenues. And in business, that's a big no. You never let that happen. You never let your fixed costs get tied to your variable revenues. You always let your fixed costs be fixed by your fixed revenues, and you allow your variable revenues be used for special things, special projects, special needs as they appear. And we've gotten ourselves in a place, along with just about every other municipality in the world, of relying on the variable revenues, which we get from Act 511, which breaks down from business taxes to realty transfer taxes. And today there was an article in the Philadelphia Inquirer talking about the fact that the suburbs are all in the same boat. So I think we've done a lot of good work on this in the last 6 months. John Granger has worked very hard on this. And at this point, it's almost like we're asking to bleed a rock. But when we're faced with saving $500,000, which is at least a third of our current deficit, I believe our deficit is about $900,000, but you roll back in the $600,000 in revenue from the trash, so we're about $1.5 million in deficit for next year. We need to make up that gap, and it just comes down to one thing, two things: you either cut expenses or you raise taxes, and a tax increase to make up $1.5 million is large. It's at least it's $600,000 per 10% tax increase. So you're looking at about a 22% tax increase to make up $1 million. $1.5 million. So at the end of the day, I think it's nice. We should provide, in a perfect world, we should provide rear yard trash pickup for those in need. But if we do that, I don't know if we should charge for it, because it could be discriminatory if we do. And then we have to go through all the means testing, and we also have to figure out the logistics of who's going to walk the entire township to pull these cans out, because we're not going to have the efficient frontier any longer of having 4 full-time men, 7 part-time men pulling these trash cans out, which now are spread out throughout the entire township. So we get down to a problem where there's no economical way to do it. You're going to have one man that has to walk 25 square miles every week to pull cans out to the curb, or you're going to have to get the driver of the trucks to come out of the truck and walk to the back of a house and pull it out. So for me, I don't want to make this decision. It's a lose-lose. If we get rid of the service, we hurt people, but at the same time, the township's not compelled in any way to provide that service. There are many neighboring townships that don't have rear yard pickup. So we have something very nice right now, and I'd love to keep it, but I don't want to do a 24% tax increase next year. So we need to cut costs, and we need to cut them in a large way to make up this gap. That's what's on the table here. It's been on the table, and I think we've done a lot of good work. This board has looked at this issue month after month. We've listened to staff. Staff have worked hard on this. There have been major cuts and concessions across the board. But at the end of the day, we're still shy about $1.5 million. The good news is we were shy about $2.5 million until the economy started coming back, and we've seen some bump in the realty transfer tax. We saw an extra $300,000 there. We refinanced bonds. We saved $400,000 there. So we made up $700,000 from just 2 months ago. But come December 30th, 31st, we have to have a balanced budget, or we have to have a budget that will not run out of money by the end of next year. So we have to be careful what we do. And the question is, will the fund balance at the end of this year be sufficient to carry us through next year and the year after that? Because we're really not looking at a fast recovery here. No one in this room believes it's going to turn around next year. They know it's going to take 2 to 3 years, maybe longer. So I think at the end of the day, I'm going to support eliminating these services and going single stream and getting rid of rear yard trash pickup, not because I'm a mean guy, but because I want to balance this budget. And maybe we can bring that service back at some point, but I don't really see how we can keep it at this point. No.
I'm Sarah Pilling, and I live on Garrett Avenue in Rosemont, where no one has backyard pickups. But anyhow, I want to address another issue of really one of the main reasons to go to single stream, and that is we're going to put less trash in landfills. And I think everybody has a responsibility to recycle, to keep as much out of landfills as we possibly can. And single stream does that. There was an article in the paper this week. I happen to be a proponent of Recycle Bank, but aside from that, and the city of Philadelphia is going to go to single stream, and they're going to take their recycling from 8% to 20%. That's a big jump, and I think everyone in Radnor Township has to look at this issue as well as the money issue. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
John, I guess your question is sort of under what assumption should you prepare the budget?
Pretty much.
I have a proposal. I think you prepare the budget on the assumption that we go to single streaming with the elimination of backyard pickup. I think you come to the next meeting with the analysis. I mean, we kind of, did figures here quickly, but I want to see a robust analysis that supports this savings. And I think we put it on the agenda as a specific discussion item in and of itself, so we can have a comprehensive discussion as to what to do. Because if these numbers are real, they're very compelling. And the other part that's lacking here to me, and I know you're behind schedule because Karen informed me of that, is this programmatic
Yeah, you'll have
view
that next
of the
week.
budget.
Right.
Because different demographic groups use different services in the township. If, we're saying we can solve the senior citizen problem, we probably can, but they don't use the school district services, they pay a lot of money there. They probably aren't our low-level users of our park and recreation services. And I think we just have to make sure that there's an equitable treatment across the demographic groups. And every time we've talked about this in the 2 years I've been doing this, I've not seen anything other than people pulling figures out of the air. I'm not saying they don't exist,
Right.
but I've never seen it.
Well, good cost.
So that's my proposal.
I agree.
Well, I think what you have to do is, in terms of determining who is eligible for rear yard pickup in the senior, disabled, et cetera categories, you have to come up with some criteria.
I'll have criteria for you.
Give us that criteria so that we know what we're dealing with, and then how we apply it to the population at large is another matter, so that people know they can apply for it, so they get their rear yard pickup without a fee.
Right.
Everybody agree? That's a good idea. Okay.
I'm going to throw one more twist to the rear yard pickup. I mean, you should probably, I don't know, Billy, the distance of the driveway probably comes into play too. That if you have a short driveway, it costs us less to get the trash from the driveway to the curb than if you have a really long driveway.
If you look at private haulers, all their collections are based on seconds of collection.
Right.
If it's curbside, it's 4 or 5 seconds. If it's 50 feet, it may be 13, 14 seconds. If it's 150 feet, it might be 21 seconds. I mean, there's time of collections that's involved in all that.
Bill, are you saying they price their services to the residents based on that, so that if my driveway is longer than my neighbors down the street, I pay more?
If you had a private hauler come in,
Yeah.
they base your fee.
Okay.
And it's the ones that do, a lot of private haulers do not accommodate rear yard collection, but the ones that would base it on seconds per collection. And that's how it's based.
Okay.
Tom stepped out. Is there any more comment on this issue from the public, from the board? Okay, library?
There's nothing to report for the library.
There's nothing on personnel and administration. How about Parks and Rec?
Yeah, a couple things on the agenda for tonight. First is the announcement of the 32nd annual Radnor Run on Saturday, October 25th at 8:30. Sunday, October 25th, 2009. Very successful, really tradition here in Radnor in the fall. It's done a lot for various charities. We've had a lot of support from a bunch of various businesses, and it is a great event. If you have any questions, you can certainly contact us, or you can save time and money and register at lunginfo.org/Radnor Run. And if you have any questions, call Park and Rec here at the building. The second thing is we have a presentation regarding the West Wayne Preserve Stormwater and Wetlands Restoration by Radnor's own and the Delaware Riverkeeper, Maya Van Rossum, is going to come up, longtime friend of Radnor, Radnor High School graduate, and she's going to come up and tell us a little bit about what they have planned for the Levin Tract and what's going on down there. And it's a really exciting project. Come on up. Really exciting project that we're going to be able to maintain a wetlands area, preserve some stormwater, and do some great things with some property we bought just adjacent to the trail, which has really become a great little piece, and we're very proud of it, and we're happy to have the help of you guys. So let us know what you got.
Thank you for that wonderful introduction. I'm Maya Van Rossum, the Delaware Riverkeeper, and I do have the good fortune of living in Radnor Township. I also have the good fortune of being able to sit back with all of you and enjoy the presentation that's going to be put on by my staff member, Emma Gutzler, and our consultants. So thank you very much.
Sure.
Hello, my name is Emma Gutzler, and I am the Restoration Manager at Delaware Riverkeeper Network. And it's my pleasure to be here, our pleasure to be here tonight, and tell you about the conceptual plan that's been developed for the West Wayne Preserve, formerly known as the Levin Tract. And you may recall about 2 years ago, in October of 2007, you unanimously voted to move forward with developing a plan. So we're finally here to present back to you. And since that time, we put together a great design team of Meliora Environmental Design and Jonathan Alderson Landscape Architects based right here in Radnor Township. So just to give you, this is to ground you where we're talking about. We've been all over the township this evening. And so this is a 7-acre parcel, and it's bound by Conestoga Avenue on the north, South Devon, the Radnor Trail running through it, and then West Wayne. The existing conditions, it is a wooded tract currently. The water is draining from Conestoga Avenue and comes out of an outfall located within the parcel. The outfall is pictured. You can see it's created a bulbous, eroded pool at that outfall. It continues from there throughout the woodland, through some swales and eroded areas, and then eventually goes underneath the Radnor Trail through the pictured culvert. As you can see here, it's often clogged. In fact, in the 2 years that we've been working on this project, we've dug it out a couple times to be able to get to it. And this does cause some issues, such as the water backing up along the trail. So you have this standing water that's there for weeks after large rain events. There's also been some concern about flooding as the water gets backed up and going onto South Devon Street, which is pictured here. The area is wooded, as I mentioned. However, it's not optimal vegetation. There's a lot of canopy gaps, as you can see in this canopy gap, and unfortunately that allows all of these invasive, aggressive, non-native species to come in. These can be vines, which are kind of pictured here. There's multiflora rose, mile a minute, English ivy, and what these aggressive plants do, they not only prevent the good vegetation there that provides a habitat for our native birds and bees and butterflies, but it can also change the chemistry of the soil, and it totally changes the ecosystem that is there. And there's also trash. There's 2 large mounds, at least, of debris that's accumulated over the past. And in this one picture at the outfall, you can see there's even a shopping cart, which I like to joke is the indicator species for an urban waterway. So it's definitely there. But that said, there are a lot of people that use this area. It's not all bad. People walk by it all the time, thanks to the wonderful Radnor Trail that is there. And this is something that we wanted to build upon and make this site a showpiece for the community. And there is wildlife there. This is a glimpse of what the potential of the site is. We've seen deer and birds and salamanders, and there are some good native plants there. So this is, again, a hint at the potential of the site. So based on the presentation that was given to you 2 years ago and in your feedback, and then working with township staff, primarily township engineer and director of Parks and Rec, we developed the project goals, and primarily we wanted to capture the smaller, frequent storm events and have that captured on site and filtered and infiltrated into the soil. And to do so in a way that we're not causing erosion that you saw at that outfall or within the swales as it moves throughout the site, and to alleviate the flooding. South Devon was the concern that we had heard, as well as removing that stagnant water for concerns from the community, and to restore the native plant community. That would be removing the invasives that we spoke briefly about and planting it with native plants that would give us that ecological value, that habitat value, and really add to the site. And lastly, of course, we wanted to make this a people place. There are people that use that trail, so inviting them in, educating them about stormwater and how it can be managed, and creating an ecologically beautiful site. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Michelle Adams and Alja Hoekstra of Meliora Environmental Design to speak to you about the specifics of the stormwater components.
Thanks, Emma. I'm Michelle Adams, Environmental Water Resource Engineer, and we were asked to look at the stormwater. And when we look at the site, it gets about 40 acres of drainage from up along Route 30, from the residential areas, and there's storm sewer pipes that come down Conestoga Road into the site, and from this direction sort of bring everything to the site and just sort of dump it at that outfall that Emma showed you. It's a little hard to read. This came up a little light. But basically what this is showing is that if we could, instead of dumping it in one location, bring it in two locations with level spreaders, which are ways to spread the water out over an area instead of dumping it, we could distribute the water in the woods, and with some subtle grading, not a lot of earthwork, but subtle grading around the existing piles of material, we could create little pools of water that get anywhere from 6 inches to at the most 2 feet deep to spread the water out over the site, and that with the restored vegetation, and replace the outfall under the railroad tracks in a way that we could safely control the flow through and prevent the flooding that now happens off to the side with some grading. So it's hard to read that drawing, but here's some examples of ways to spread the water throughout the site with level spreaders and bioswales. Check dams, which are nothing more than simple little 6 to 2 foot high installations of stone berms that allow water to back up behind them and create these little pools. These pictures here are actually from the Washington National Cathedral down in D.C., where we did a similar project about 8 years ago, and this is a little flyer on it that talks about how that's restored that whole woodland system by putting the water back into the vegetation and then hiding the outlets, so it's all very naturalized and park-like looking while working for stormwater. This is a nice rendering that the landscape architect Jonathan Alderson did, showing how that the water levels are intended to sort of fill up when we have a rainfall event, and then within a day or two disperse again. We don't think they're going to infiltrate especially well here. This is a wet, soggy site. We think we're going to have some infiltration, but the vegetation's going to work for us, and the controlled outlet structure. And again, this is for water quality more than major flooding events. And I'll let Jonathan speak to this a little more.
I'm Jonathan Alderson. I have a practice in the center of Wayne, and I've helped with the sort of the more artistic side to the plan. This is the master plan, which shows that we're looking to remove a lot of the invasives. There's a lot of Norway maples in the center of this area, and we're going to use this primarily for the stormwater management. And we would be bringing in native plants as replacements. We're looking to create a trail around the edge so that we can sort of invite people into the park and work with the existing landform. There's a lot of areas where we want to actually just build upon that landform, so we're not sort of grading and removing areas that we don't know what's actually in there. We're actually going to build upon that to create these ramps up to the trail. So that would come down on both sides of the Radnor Trail to give people access into the park itself. We're also looking at sort of creating buffer areas to the neighbors so that they still maintain their privacy. And we're looking at putting fences up to sort of give the park sort of a sense of enclosure. That just shows the buffer area against the residences.
Do you have a ballpark estimate of what it would cost to implement this vision?
We did develop some estimates earlier on.
It was roughly $600,000.
To get the plan that you're showing now on this screen.
That's correct. That was done.
600,000.
That was done about 18 months ago.
Okay.
But
you get all in, everything done. You actually get to this end point, accomplishing everything you guys have discussed so far.
That was the hope.
Okay.
The buffer area also along Conestoga, we were looking to remove the boulders and use the harvested wood from the Norway maples to create this edge condition, and that would be also planted with the native plants. And this is the vegetation that we're talking about introducing. Plants such as river birch, Magnolia virginiana, shadbush, all plants that are native to the area and will provide habitat for birds and butterflies and bees. Also, a herbaceous layer. This will also help with the stormwater management. It will help filter out a lot of the sediments and also help with evapotranspiration and sucking up the moisture. and this is what we want to promote. Great habitat for native flora and fauna, and provide places for the Radnor residents to appreciate this. It could even include an overlook that would be tied to the trail. We'd like to also include signage as an educational component to this park. And these are the next steps.
So the next step is really getting the community input. To this day, we've been meeting with the township staff and working as our project team. Before this meeting, we sent out letters to the residents adjacent to the parcel, so they were aware of tonight's meeting and the work that's been done to date. But there hasn't been any additional community outreach to make sure that their needs and for this site are incorporated. So that's really the next step. The following step is going to be identifying funding sources and pursuing them. And right now, green infrastructure and stormwater, there's kind of a buzz around that. And there's been several grants that have come up in the last 6 months that unfortunately, we weren't ready to pursue. But they're out there, and we want to be able to capitalize on that funding while it's available for Radnor Township. Once we have that funding, we can finish. These were just conceptual designs, so we can do the engineering that needs to happen behind this, and then go forward and pursue the permits, which will be a joint permit through Army Corps as well as Pennsylvania Department of Environmental Protection. From there, we can start preparing the site, removing the non-native and invasive species that were mentioned, and then actually constructing that project. So this is where we've come from. This is where we are. We're really excited about what's been developed and looking forward to move forward. So, we want your input and hopefully also your approval to move forward and being able to capitalize on this opportunity for Radnor Township.
So at this point, what do you need from the Board of Commissioners?
It would be great to know that we can move forward and pursue funding opportunities. I know with working with the Radnor Township staff beforehand, they and we as well felt that this really needed to come before the board before we could even start really looking at those sources of funding 100%. So that's something that's really what we would need from you guys. Like this project looks good from what you've seen, and that we can continue to work with the Radnor Township staff. There is still some funding left in the budget that was approved by you 2 years ago to do that community outreach and to do some of the funding source identification. But then past that, that we really need those funds, hopefully grant funds, federal funds, to move forward with the actual finishing the design and then moving forward with the actual construction.
Tom, has this been run past the Park and Rec Board, and have they had the opportunity to put this into their multi-year plan and prioritize it?
No, I had it on our last meeting, and they reviewed it. They were invited to come to the meeting this evening, as was the EAC and Shade Tree Commission to be updated. And they were also informed that there would be further public outreach to bring that information back to the board prior to going out and seeking grant funding, which is what Mr. Masterson and I discussed a few weeks back.
So it hasn't been reviewed in detail by Park and Rec, EAC, or Shade Tree?
No, it has not been reviewed in detail by them. No, it's something that they've each received, and the copies of the same information you had this evening, and they were invited to participate this evening. The Park and Rec Board received more just because I happened to be at that meeting to update them on that and invite them as well this evening and fill them in. There's going to be further public outreach.
Yeah, I think they should be included in the process, and obviously
Absolutely.
This process is going to continue for a while. This was brought to us a couple years ago, and this parcel, in my opinion, there's not much more you could do with it anyway. Not that this isn't a worthwhile thing to do. We all agreed a couple years ago that if we could do this and it really wasn't going to cost the township any money, the money could be obtained through grants. Now, I don't know what's happened in the last 2 years in the grant world, and I hope that it's still strong. But I think this would be a great thing for Radnor. I think I consider an extension of the trail, because it looks to me like you can walk in one side and come out the other and make the trail a little bit longer than it already is. And I think there's educational purposes, and we're not giving up any property to anybody. They're just going to try and help us maintain what we already own and put it in a natural state and do some stormwater management. And I'm all for it. I think it's great.
Given what you know about the grant world out there and what's available and what's not, are you confident that if you went forward with this project, assuming it goes through all the various boards and commissions that need to look at it, you confident that you could get 100% funding for this? And I say that advisedly because we're just coming off a discussion with the budget, as you heard, where we're in dire straits financially.
Right,
So
and
the
that's a
last thing we
concern
need to
for
do is take on a $600,000 project if we aren't confident about getting funding from other sources.
Right, and I think there's definitely funding that's available. Like I said, there's probably been 4 or 5 grant opportunities that have come across that we've given to Tom and Dan in the last 6 months. Of there's money out here. Let's see if we can get this moving. So there is funding available. A lot of it calls for some level of match. I think we could piece together various funding and really try to make it a low cost to the township, with the majority of the funds coming from these grant, federal, state, and foundation sources.
It may be a semantics issue, but you said match, and then you, in my world, contradicted yourself by saying low.
Well, let's talk about the real world. We're not going to get 100% funding, guys. We're going to have to contribute something. So,
what are we contributing $300,000?
Well, sometimes it depends on the grant source.
No, what we do is we charge them with going out, doing the community outreach, meet with the other groups, and then come back to us when they get a grant, how much it's going to cost. Then we can decide whether we can afford it then. We can't say, we're not going to do anything if we don't get 100%.
No, it's saying that at all.
100% is a great goal, but anyone that's giving out money, they want to see some match. In-kind service, they want to see money, they want to see things.
Perfectly understood.
I think that this is certainly a worthwhile project, and it will go forward as we can afford it.
Yeah, I don't think anybody disagrees. It's a very
That's
nice
fine.
vision. As Enrique says, it looks like it could be potentially an extraordinary extension of the trail. The question is can we afford it, and can we pay for it? And it doesn't seem to me to be a difficult thing to keep it moving forward through the process, as long as we're not on the hook yet for making any kind of financial commitment to it, which, as I understand it, we're not.
And this is a capital project, because this is improvement of a property that has an infinite lifetime. So if we were to go forward with this wouldn't be paid for out of our operating budget.
It doesn't make it, essentially the township runs on a cash flow basis.
Well, no, what I'm saying is we could borrow, when we borrow money for capital, for our capital plan.
You got to pay it back.
Yeah, but John,
Well,
you
it's
can't
gotta
have it
get-
both ways. I mean, you can't sit here and say we're in dire financial straits and that
No,
we're going to have a 22% tax increase and then talk about taking money out of the capital budget.
I'm
for
not
projects.
saying.
You just can't do it.
Well, no, what I'm saying is that this should be treated as a capital project, and therefore it should be, if it is ever paid for by the township, it should be paid for out of capital funds. Or, in the case of a windfall, we have extra money to pay for it, but you're doing a capital improvement on land.
John Granger and Bill Maher, don't we repay our capital budget out of transferring funds from the operating budget into the capital?
We do a bond issue for the
Most of
capital
your
budget.
You gotta
bond
pay the
issues are.
bonds back, Bill.
Yeah, that's right.
The point is, let me put it a different way. This type of a plan not only benefits current taxpayers, but those taxpayers in the future for the next 20, 30 years. And that's what capital funding is for. You get to spread the benefit and the cost to future taxpayers.
But
So-
our goal is going to be to cut down on the capital expenditure and pay more as we go, so.
Well, I'm all in
willing to
favor of
pay
that
as we
too,
go,
but
you know.
We took the capital budget and the projects that fit within that budget and basically eliminated from the present year, and I think in the following year, something like 90% of them, they were just being deferred. So I think we have to be very mindful of where this fits in with a capital project. I mean, what's important and what's not. This is certainly important, and I really appreciate all the work that you've done. I was sitting on this board. The very first thing that I did was to vote to save the Levin tract from a housing development. Wonderful. This is going back to 1996. And that's how long this property has been around lying fallow like this. So please don't think our discussion is anything but budgetary, because this is a very worthwhile project. But we have to be mindful of that.
If I can add one thing, just to clarify with Commissioner Higgins, the only money we are committed to is what the commissioners have already committed to with this project, so I just don't want anyone to be surprised, because there is some remaining money left there for the public outreach.
So if you can go back to your, I don't know if you can back up.
Of course. Where do you want me to back up to?
We can go to the next step.
Correct.
Community input without incurring
Correct.
any additional.
And what I think is a key component is from that, we'll receive community input. We'll be sure to include and encourage the EAC and the Park and Recreation Board and Shade Tree Commission, all of which who responded very favorably to my reach out to them and are intrigued and interested in the project. Obviously, everyone understanding the fiscal limitations, but I think that a prudent way to approach it is that, I'm confident we could sit down with the Riverkeeper and look at it as a phased approach to the project, which then you're not going for grant money that just gets knocked off the table because of sticker shock. What we do is first you would develop documents. And as part of that, the next step, you're developing a working relationship with, whether it's DEP or the state agency or someone, and then you move into development of certain areas. And that's, I think, a manageable, good fiscally responsible way to work with them to do this project, and it's very similar to the way we've done other projects in the past.
And just to react to that, Tom, that just emphasizes in my mind the importance of having the Park and Rec Board look at it, incorporate it into their multi-year plan, and prioritize it so that they can come to us and say, from our point of view, these are the priorities. Because I know from sitting there for many years, there's a lot of projects that they would like to do that we don't have funding to do, and the ranking of them helps us decide what's the right thing to do.
And Tom is completely correct that these can be broken into. We do still have some of that remaining funding that was approved by you, as well as some funds that were given by Chanticleer to help move this project along. So that can help do the community input, as well as identifying some funding sources. And then we can come to you, and depending on the funding source, it may make sense to do, we'll just do a design and permitting phase, and then we can search for other funds. It just depends on what's available and what we think we can get. And as far as, Commissioner Higgins, as far as a match, there are some grants that are a true match, like a one-to-one, while other ones may be 15%. And it can be in-kind services from the township, from labor, from volunteers, which we would definitely be seeking to utilize to help with the planting and, again, get people involved in the site and that ownership.
There's also grant opportunities where you can use grants to match grants.
Correct.
And that's important to know.
Right.
So at this point, if you get a positive vote from the majority of this board to move forward with the next phase, which is community input and identify funding sources, is that all you need?
I believe so. And I know that you guys meet on a regular basis, but sometimes these grants pop up. So it would be really great to know that you are behind. So if these grants do pop up, that I can, give Tom and Dan, hey, this is available. Is it something that we can pursue? And is there a way that we could streamline that it doesn't have to wait till the next time we can get it on an agenda? And I don't know if that's possible or how things normally move through that process.
Just to react to that comment, Tom, are there any other projects in the Park and Rec plan similar to this that this project might compete for grant funding with?
Not to compete for grant funding with, no.
And I'll comment that it's always been an administrative function for staff and outside groups to develop grant applications. This board doesn't usually vote on grant applications. We need to vote when, in fact, that grant is awarded, and we have to match that grant because we're going to expend funds. But there were 2 or 3 million in grant applications last year that this board did not vote on. They were submitted by staff or on behalf of staff and the township.
Okay, so that's something that I could then go through.
Yeah, I think in just, you know,
Yeah, the
I
only
think,
thing we can't do is commit to any funds at this point.
Right,
But
so-
other than that, I think, I speak for myself, I'm for let them do any and all of those next steps that they feel appropriate, other than us committing to funds.
And as far as grant funding, it can be done that Delaware Riverkeeper Network is the grantee, or it can be done with that the township is the grantee, and that we're working in partnership. I mean, that's a logistic that we could work out based on what the township wants and based on what will be viewed well by the funder as well.
And I think that at any time where you need township funding, you could come and ask us. All we could do is say yes or no, but, you know, that's our job.
Right.
So, but we don't want to stifle you by this discussion here tonight, because there might be something that we will approve. Okay?
Wonderful, thank you.
Anybody have any other questions? Is it the consensus of the board that we move forward with this as proposed?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you all for coming in. I think it's a great project and a great presentation, and hopefully we'll be able to keep working on this and get it paid for.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's it for Park and Rec.
Okay, next, Public Health.
I don't have a report, but I do want to relay some information. I attended the Delaware County Council session on the H1N1 influenza situation. And, you know, the good news is the H1N1 vaccine was released by the CDC this week, and apparently shipments were made to some private medical practitioners in the area. And the goal is to vaccinate people that are at risk, and those people at risk are in certain age groups and certain conditions. And then the second phase, it looks like the second phase will actually be a larger scale opportunity for vaccination that will include POD, point of distribution sites, and push sites. And those sites will be, if this plan goes forward, and it seems like it will be, those sites will be set up in various communities, probably in our community, to make this vaccine available to the general public. But that announcement hasn't come, but we could expect to hear something on that in the next 2 weeks. So I'll keep you informed.
Thank you. That it for Public Health?
That's it.
Public Safety?
There's one item on public safety, and that is a request from the Special Olympics to have the township waive certain fees. John Granger or John Ruddy?
Certainly. You have in front of you a letter from Matthew Aaron, who is the Special Olympics CEO of Pennsylvania. And what he is requesting is that the township waive the administrative fees associated with the detail officers that work at Villanova during the 3-day event in November. One thing I will debate or disagree with Mr. Aaron about is that in the first paragraph says Radnor PD generously waived the administrative fees in the past. I don't have the authority to waive anybody's fees, so that is a misnomer. So, but what he's looking, in case you don't know, under our extra duty details, we are paid by the hiring individual, and there's a 30% fee that is placed on top of the officer's hourly time and a half rate to work the detail. This specific detail is a 3-day event. It will encompass about 88 hours of officers' time to work this. So you're looking at a total bill with the fee included of about $6,000, a little over $6,000. He also quoted in here a 16% increase. I disagree with that. We have an increase of officers' salaries going up 4% by a contract, and we also have a 5% increase from the 25% to the 30% in revenue, where we did the fee schedule, raised that up from 25% to 30%. So you're looking at a 9% increase from last year. What he is also going to be looking at, so we're talking about apples and oranges here. Last year, he fell on the same date that a football game was going on at Villanova. So he got the benefit of officers working the football game and was able to reduce his hours down to 72 hours, which brought him down to about $4,300. So he's looking for the 30% to be waived, the administrative fee. It's a worthwhile event. We work a number of events besides the Special Olympics. Just so you know, we do the Buddy Walk, which just happened last weekend, and we also do the Breast Cancer Walk, which happens on occasion at Villanova. So there's a number of special events that go on down there, and Mr. Aaron is looking for us to waive the 30% fee.
So the officers are still going to get paid,
That is correct.
but it's the administrative fee that the township puts on top of those salaries.
Which is about $1,800 if you go by the 30% of the $6,000.
What do we charge the Buddy Walk? Do we charge them at
They
all?
get no break.
They get no break. They pay.
John, maybe it's just you've interpreted his letter for us, because at the bottom of his letter, he says, we request that you, in the middle of the bottom of the second paragraph, excuse me, it says, we request that you consider reducing the proposed fee. He doesn't ask us to waive the fee. So I'm a little confused.
Well, I'm going up to the fact that, I guess, where he said the PD generously waived the fee in previous years. We did not waive any fee. That, I don't know where he's come up with that. I have not spoken to him individually. I spoke to Chief David Duffy, who was Upper Gwyned's police chief. He is the law enforcement torch run coordinator. I did not speak to Mr. Aaron, so.
So what's the bottom line, John? How much is he asking?
$1,800 is,
And he will be
or
paid-
any number between there and 0%, I guess, is up to the board.
And how much, if we waived $1,800, how much is he paying?
He's going to be paying us
$4,200?
which would cover the officers' hourly
Pays the
rates.
officers, their hourly rate.
I don't really see this as a revenue-generating event, and Special Olympics, I mean, you can't get a much better organization
It's a great
than that.
crowd. It is.
They have a good working relationship with the police department. The officers aren't going to be shortchanged if they're out there working. I would recommend that we agree to that.
Second.
With the 1,800?
Yeah.
Yeah, all right.
Any other discussion? Any public comment on this? All those in favor?
Aye. That's it
Thank
for
you.
public safety.
Okay, Public Works and Engineering?
Bill, we have a pickup this weekend, a drop-off this weekend at Skunk Hollow?
Skunk Hollow is open on Friday.
On
from
Friday?
7:30 to 2:30.
Anybody can drop off any yard waste? at that
Yard
time?
waste sticks, 3 foot in length, and plant materials, leaves, grass clippings.
Bill, how heavily utilized is that service? Just out of curiosity. I know in the beginning, I didn't think it would be used all that much. 'cause
There's
it's tough.
probably about 15, maybe 20 people that come over on a regular basis and anticipate the dates. So it has grown since it started.
And they're all residents? They're
Yeah,
not-
yes, they're all residents, and some of them are even coming over and helping getting rid of some of our wood that comes down in storms. Residents will take firewood out and stuff like that.
And all this material is recycled, that's why we do it?
That's correct.
Yeah, okay. Well, we encourage any resident that has brush or is going to create some brush or some plant material this week, they can go on Friday between 8 and 3,
7:30 and 2:30.
7:30 to 2:30. And the reason we don't do it on a Saturday when more people can have availability is because of cost?
Overtime.
Overtime, okay. All right, that's it under Public Works and Engineering.
Any old business? Any new business?
That's
For
for
commissioners.
us.
Yeah. Okay, no old business, no new business. Now we're on to public participation.
My public participation issue is about old business, which is regarding, for those people who don't know about it, School Lane was closed for a 3-month period because a builder was building, Mr. Holloway was building some townhouses. And I'm not sure why. They said public safety. Mr. Malloy cited public safety because it's being built very close to the street, which is why we had to close School Lane to 2-way traffic and only make it 1-way, which was done for 3 months. And I noticed last meeting that there's a proposal now on requesting that it goes on for a year or more to make it a one-way
Good question,
street.
Dan. What's going on with that? Because I have a very strong interest in this topic as well. School Lane, 1-way, 3 months.
I'll take that.
Please.
basically, you're looking at a project that may run over a year, okay? We have put in a temporary 90-day resolution to accommodate the builder at this point, where have been concrete partitions put out there. As you know, the site is about 30 to 40 feet wide, so there's minimal space to build anything unless you're building lengthwise and building your way out. They just started, they got the sewer in, they got the storm sewer in, they're working now on putting the foundation in, so there is work moving on there. I was concerned when I saw no work going on for a couple of weeks, because we want to move this project along. Our issue there is the narrowness of the roadway. The ordinance that we're looking to go into is a temporary ordinance, more permanent than the 90-day, obviously. They get us beyond the 90 days, to get us through the rest of the building window that this project is going to take. That's what's coming up in front of you at the next meeting, to see if
John,
it's authorized.
Is it possible to make it one way permanently, or is there someone told me that we couldn't do it even if we wanted to because of the...
It is possible. The state would like that you have another route running the opposite direction.
Right.
That's the best case scenario, but you can still have it one way. That is possible.
Right. And I don't want to beat up on the police department or the engineering department on this, but you know, he came in here and told us 3 months he was going to have to do this, he would have to make some adjustments, he was going to have to, the public safety. When we saw the plans, I didn't hear anything about public safety, I didn't hear anything about one-way traffic, I didn't hear any of that. I heard that we're going to build these beautiful condos there and they're going to enhance school lane. That totally changed into this public safety, he couldn't do it, and my observation was they built the Comcast Center in Philadelphia without closing any of the streets, to my knowledge, and I was down there on a regular basis during the construction.
The street's not closed.
I didn't say it was.
It is closed one way.
But we, in my opinion, we need to pressure Mr. Holloway to get out of the way, put his foundation in, and get this project moving and reopen School Lane in 2 directions. Because I've heard from multiple people, vendors in Wayne, shop owners, that people, when they try to park now, they're stuck. And now they're driving through the residential neighborhoods of Wayne, coming around, instead of just going down School Lane when they're trying to circle to either pick someone up, get traffic, or traverse their way through Wayne for whatever particular reason. So I got to be honest, I've voiced my opinion on this before, and I'm extremely disappointed in the way this whole thing went down. I'm not blaming you. I'm blaming Mr. Holloway and the fact that I believe we were misled into how this construction project was going to take place, and the staging of it, and everything else involved in the project.
What does he do if we don't agree to the extension?
He's going to have to come up with another system, and it's going to take the project longer to build.
Which is not my problem.
I understand all that, but let me go back to a couple of your points.
I know.
The situation was exacerbated by everything else going on. You had South Wayne going with a sewer project, so you had people getting trapped in a zone where they couldn't get out. Now we're down to one particular problem. Everything else is cleaned up in that area. And we're looking at it from the standpoint of safety, that there is no sidewalk there. There is nothing to work off. If we work up in Wayne, you'll see that people will build into the metered spots, okay? And we'll take away meter spots, and we'll give them an 18-foot right-of-way through a meter spot and allow people to work in that area. And we're looking at it, this is the same thing. That, how do we get this project done and get it done expedited to get it done quickly? And I can tell you that I'm on Doug Meter, who works with Dan very closely every morning, saying, I want to see shovels in the ground there, because I know the pressure is coming.
Why is that our project? Why is that our project?
John, I would have thought we would have seen structure going up by now, 3 months. They were talking about this like 3 months. They're going to put the main frame up, and they're going to make the two-way and get out of the way, which is what I expected them to do, and we're nowhere near that.
And we may come to a point in the process where we can sit there and say, take the barricades down. Your decision is coming up next meeting, whether you want to.
They want us to extend the one way. Is basically
for over a year.
For possibly
and
for possibly a year.
Some of us might consider leaving it there forever if we talk to our residents. It might be a good traffic calming thing for Wayne. So, and the other thing is, Dan, didn't he spend time taking care of township sewers and putting in new sewer lines for us?
Well, for that project, he is putting in a storm sewer that will be dedicated to the township, but he also has a on-site stormwater management system.
Which has nothing to do with anything.
Which is a requirement of all development.
Correct. It's
Everyone
irrelevant.
does it.
Okay?
All right, we're going to have this on as an agenda item at
Okay,
the next meeting? Is that what you're saying?
It's up for approval at the next meeting. It was introduced
Okay.
at the last
Well, I
meeting.
would like
That's right.
everybody from the third ward to call me, because I haven't got one call complaint about this yet, you
Well,
know? I mean,
funny,
it's such
I
a
have,
big
Bill.
item.
I've had multiple.
It's a
All right, well,
shame,
can we-
I represent
We're going
the
to talk
area.
about it in 2 weeks.
Okay, the reason why I'm up tonight is two reasons. One, that since it's up in 2 weeks, I believe it's the responsibility of this board to notify the people who live on that street, because there are people who reside on that street. Then there's all of the actual, the business owners. And then there's the street, all the people that are residents of those streets all around there are impacted by this. In addition to, Mr. Vada is one of them, all the parents at the middle school. That is, if you are a middle school parent or ever have been, that's the back and forth that you use. That
Or
you're
you
impacted.
drive through
So
the
those-
residential neighborhoods.
Or you drive, right. So it's
Loop
250
around.
or so people that are impacted for one developer. Okay, so my point is, are we planning to notify the public in a formal way that they're getting impacted for more than 3 months, maybe a year,
Are we-
maybe more?
I guess the answer is, are we planning on sending out a mailing to anybody within 1,000 feet of that? And the answer probably is we have not decided to do
No,
that.
it was on staff traffic agenda. It's been on the agenda here, and
Yeah.
it's coming up again next week, in the next meeting. That's how we
So-
normally
And
do
it's
it.
in effect now, everybody knows about it in that area. They
I
know about
recognize they
one-way.
knew about it for 3 months, but that it could possibly go
Well,
on
now we're
over a
telling them
year.
it's possible for a year, yeah.
You're going to tell them.
No, we're telling them right now, it's on TV.
Okay, I believe that we should give some public notice, and if we do give public notice, it should be the responsibility of Mr. Holloway to pay for every penny of the cost of that notice. I mean, do you want to get sued later because you did this for one developer? No, as taxpayers, we don't. So I don't know if you want to discuss that issue.
No.
Would that come up the next meeting? I'm like, are you voting to approve it for the next meeting? So you'd have to
Yes.
give notice now. So
Yeah.
then
No.
do you want to consciously decide to give notice or consciously decide to withhold
Yeah,
notice?
wouldn't we have to
the
introduce
people?
that next meeting and then vote on it the following meeting?
Yeah.
It's been introduced.
It's
It's
been
been
introduced
introduced.
already.
And-
It's up for consideration at the next meeting.
You could,
When was it introduced?
at the last
Last
meeting.
meeting.
Last meeting, yep.
I was here, too.
Yeah.
I voted against it the first time, and if I can vote now, I'll vote no. So, I don't like the idea of giving so much privilege to one developer and putting all the other residents, at a disadvantage here. There are, how many students are in the middle school?
I don't know, 300 and some,
No,
I mean,
that-
there.
no.
Matt, there's
It's
several
about
hundred each
800.
class.
It should be
Yeah,
800.
Yeah, there should be 800, right, 300 per class.
It's the
Hey,
same as the
how
high
many-
school.
How many
Right.
parents have called me to complain about that one way? Now, let me think. I'm the commissioner, represents that area. How many parents from the middle school have called me and complained about the
No,
one
but you
way?
know what, Bill?
You know, maybe they don't want to talk to you, Mr. Spengler.
Well, anyway, I voted against the plan.
I don't
I voted
vote.
against the road closure because I question why we're allowing anyone to build up against the street
Right.
so close.
Right.
And there's just no plan. I just didn't like it from the beginning. And I think we need to notify all the, I think I said that last time. We should have, even though the Pennsylvania Municipal Planning Code probably doesn't require that we notify of a road closure. I don't know, John, do you want to comment on that?
Well, it's a traffic ordinance. It's not really covered under the planning
Right.
code.
So, but we have an obligation to do the right thing, which is to notify everyone that's affected. And I don't know how
But,
to do that.
Let me just say something. We can talk about this for hours, and I don't mean to cut anybody off, but I said this the last time. This is also my ward. It's an area I'm very familiar with. I drive it every single day. I used to drive it both ways. I didn't vote in favor of this to favor Mr. Hollowell. I was convinced that it was a prudent thing to do, given the situation with his project and the narrowness of the street and safety, and I accept that. And this is a very sophisticated community. If people had a problem with it, I would know about it, because I'm the commissioner in that ward. I have not had one complaint, and in fact, I have had 2 people tell me they like it and want to keep it that way. I really, with all due respect to you, I think you're making more of this than needs to be made.
Well, you know
and,
what,
that-
Tom?
and that's your prerogative, and that's Mr. Hervada's prerogative. But, it's going to be on the agenda in 2 weeks, and, I think it's going to be in the newspaper because we're talking about it. And if people are really inconvenienced and really think it's a impediment to their ability to get around that part of Wayne, then obviously we want to hear that. But I personally have had really no problems with it. So,
And I don't want to beat a dead horse, but my biggest problem is that I've been misled regarding this issue from the beginning. I wasn't told anything about there being any change in that and that they were going to need this. Well, hold on just a second. And then I was told it was going to be 3 months. And now I'm being told it's going to be a year. And I have been consistently misled on this subject matter. And my advice is that anybody else who feels strongly about it should contact Mr. Spingler, Mr. Masterson, and let them know their opinions, because I've heard from business owners in Wayne, and I've heard from many residents that drive that area regularly. So we'll just leave it at that, and we'll talk about it at the next meeting.
Just one more point regarding Mr. Holloway that I think should be brought up, which is that Mr. Holloway was the developer of Montparnasse, and Mr. Holloway was the developer who, and this is just for the residents to know, a brief overview of who he was and who he is. In 1998, he had a recorded plan put into Delaware County saying that he was doing Montparnasse with Lot 9 as open space. He later, 6 years later, produced a document from a dead solicitor saying that he was allowed to make that a buildable lot. But he said he had planned to make it just out there for the residents to enjoy. He now has changed his mind again. Now the board approved it. Four members of this board felt that letter was compelling from this dead solicitor that he produced. Now, let's keep in mind, we now have direct evidence that Mr. Blake was not looking out for the taxpayers, but yet had his allegiance to Mr. Bayshore. We have evidence that Mr. Bayshore created documents and falsified documents. And now all of a sudden, we're here with this situation with this one man who got unbelievable privilege last time around, which, I would hope somebody would look into the legality of it. And I believe some officials are looking into whether or not any of that was legal. So it is not just Mr. Developer. It is Mr. Developer who created this situation where he now is coming to us 10 years later, and he is, I understand, asking to possibly put this Lot 9 of open space up for the township to possibly buy. So I just will close in saying that this developer, I don't think should get such special treatment. I don't know why he gets such special treatment, but I think we should be looking out for the 30,000 residents.
I'm just going to respond to that. This particular issue, just like every issue that has come in front of this board since I've been on the board, I vote on the merits. There's no special treatment going on here. I voted in favor of this one-way street for a very simple reason. I was convinced it was the prudent thing to do for the safety, health, and welfare of the township residents. And that's it. And that's what I'm going to continue to do.
I believe your motives. I believe your motives 100%. I just don't understand why a developer, should ever get approval to build something where he's got to close down a street to do that. So that, I agree with Mr. Hrabata. I don't think that was disclosed. So maybe it is for the safety, health, and welfare of the township, but it is the benefit of one developer, and what is he giving back to us? Is he giving us money for closing the road? Is there any motivation for him to finish his project quickly? Nothing. So let's think about it in terms of money and cash. You're giving him huge, huge benefit. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patty Barker. I live on Lewis Lane in Rosemont, and I'm also the chairperson of the Garrett Hill Coalition. The Garrett Hill Zoning District public hearing is going to take place a week from tonight. I just wanted to come forward and thank all of you for your support and encouragement over the last 2 years. I also wanted to respectfully request that you read the Garrett Hill Zoning District zoning and saldo documents, as well as the Garrett Hill Master Plan, if you haven't done so already. And I would ask that you adopt the ordinances as recommended by the Garrett Hill Steering Committee. And I wanted to give each of you a letter, but thank you very much.
Thanks, sure. Go ahead.
John Sheehan, live on Windsor Avenue in Wayne. I'd just like to follow up very briefly on the point that Mrs. Peroni made regarding the closing of Schoolhouse Lane. I use that frequently, and I think there's a cost to both the residents and the developer, and inconvenience to both by going out the full year of having that closed one way. When I can't use that both ways, I go much further out of my way to go around other residential streets. Cost me time. I burn gasoline, add to carbon pollution in the township. So it's inconvenient and costly. And if you multiply that by all the other residents that are doing the same thing, to me, for the developer, it's strictly a case of economics. It's inconceivable that there isn't an engineering solution for him to put up his building in a safe way without having to have the road closed for a whole year. Obviously, when he planned his project to begin with, he didn't anticipate closing it for a year. So why is it all of a sudden a year after construction starts? So I feel strongly about it, and I'll urge my neighbors to contact the Commissioner Spengler and Masterson, who haven't heard
Thank you.
about it. Thank you.
Dan Sherry, Wayne. Good evening again, gentlemen. I have two relatively brief comments tonight. We heard a lot about grant applications, specifically from the Delaware Riverkeeper. It sounds excellent. And it brought to mind the grant application that I discussed with you all approximately 2 weeks ago. This was the grant application that was apparently filled out by the Radnor Conservancy and submitted to the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania in the name of Radnor Township in the amount of $244,000. That was the grant that was requested, the amount that was requested. And again, it apparently was filled out by John Nagel and other members of the Radnor Conservancy. Since that time, and given what is actually contained in that application, which you all saw 2 weeks ago, and it involved representations to the Commonwealth that the Willows Cottage restoration would create over 30 jobs, and that the Willows Cottage, once completed, would house not only the farmer, but farm interns, farm intern residences, I believe is the term of art that was used. I'm curious as to whether or not this board, or any commissioner on this board, or any township staff has notified the Commonwealth about the discrepancy between that representation and what has been authorized by this board.
I can speak for myself. I have not notified the Commonwealth, but I talked to our solicitor and I said, can you please explain to me the merits of Mr. Sherry's comments regarding the way the application was filled out? And I'm going to defer to him, and maybe he can explain to me what he explained to you, what he explained to me, and maybe we can get an answer to your question.
Thank you.
Well, the main issue, and Mr. Sherry, you gave me some information and some other documents related to the grant application after you spoke at the last meeting. And I looked at the application. I talked to Mr. Fisher, the Radnor Conservancy. Mr. Granger and I have looked at this, and this is a grant application for a geothermal heating system and then some other replacement of windows in a historical fashion to make those buildings and structures more efficient. It's not an application, as I read this, or a request for money to provide housing. I mean, the money is going to be used under this, and the jobs, the 30 jobs that you mentioned, are for the people that are going to come in and do the installation. I mean, they're the temporary jobs. I think there's 3, 1 full-time and 2 part-time possible employees. But on page 1, there's a project narrative. And this, I mean, this is the operative sentence that you seem to think is significant. I'm not sure it's that significant such that it would warrant the township to contact the state of Pennsylvania and say that this is a, that somehow this application needs to be modified. Here's what it says, and this is something that was done with the staff of this township and the Radnor Conservancy. It was something that the staff was involved with prior to its submission, which is, as I understand it, the usual practice in the past in terms of grants. Here's what it says, though. It says the goal is to rehabilitate the building using the most advanced green technologies available as a model of sustainability. That's one goal. Second goal is to use the building as the hub of the community farm project. That's the second goal. Third goal is the housing the farmer and farm intern residences, which I understand you have an issue with. And I think last time you asked several questions about the lease. There is no lease that's been executed by the township for housing of anybody, let alone whether it's farmers or anyone else out there. And there's an open issue in terms of the zoning. I mean, so all that's contingent ultimately, if that would ever happen, on this board approving a lease that would permit housing and residential use of that property. The fourth goal in his is an eco and environmental center used for teaching about sustainable methods. So when I looked at this, the money is not being asked for to create a residence. As I understand this, and I spoke to the staff, I spoke to the commissioners, spoke to Mr. Fisher, the Conservancy, and just reading this, they have a goal that they would like to house a farmer there. And until it gets approved by the commissioners, it's not going to happen. But the money's not contingent on that happening. So in terms of notifying the state, I don't see any reason to notify the state of whatever you're suggesting they ought to be notified for at this point. Any other use of the property for residential use, which I understand is your main concern. But looking at the four corners of this application, it's all about the hydro, the geothermal work that's proposed, and that's what the money will be used for. And then also for the other replacement of windows, there's electrical systems. That's what the money's going to be used for. They have a goal to do some other things, but they're not applying for money to do those things. Mr. Havada, my discussion with Enrique was that I didn't see any reason to notify the state of all that background and possibly jeopardize the $250,000 for the geothermal heating system.
I think that analysis, with all due respect, is completely specious, and I think I can explain why. First of all, that last sentence, that it could jeopardize the grant application if the state actually gets the record and actually gets the documents, I think speaks volumes. The fact that the solicitor thinks that if the if the state gets the actual record, if the state gets the minutes from the meetings, or maybe the videotape from the meetings, or the actual lease, that the grant could be scuttled, I think speaks volumes. Now, with respect to his analysis about what's contained within the four corners of that application deserves some level of conversation. It's true that the application doesn't, or rather isn't presented for residences. It's not to get money so that you can, I guess, buy beds for the farmer. However, one of the rationales that's stated for that $244,000 is that people will be living in the Willows cottage. That hasn't been leased for. There's no document that says that that's going to happen. This board has taken a very firm position on it, and it said thus far, no, it's not in the lease. The lease addendum, after it was proposed, Commissioner Hervada pointed out at the last meeting, has been pulled back. It's not even up for discussion at this point. So what you have here is you have what the Conservancy, and by the way, when Solicitor Rice is talking about goals, he's talking about Conservancy goals. He's not talking about Radnor Township goals. That document was submitted by and on behalf of Radnor Township. Their name appears in the legal name. It was not submitted by the Radnor Conservancy. That's a very significant distinction, particularly when we heard about applications tonight that might be submitted actually by the Delaware Riverkeeper. But getting back to the discussion, what's actually been leased for at the Willows Cottage is garages to house vegetables that aren't sold and occasional demonstration projects. That's what you're heating at this point, not residences. That's a tremendous advantage if you're allowed to, in my mind, falsely represent that to the Commonwealth. Because if the Commonwealth is reviewing the grant application and hears that really you need these energy improvements so that people can live comfortably in the winter, that's a significant advantage over, we'll just say, an identical separate township that goes to the state and says, we need to get this geothermal heating system because we're housing veggies and we want to do an occasional demonstration project. So I find it exceedingly troubling that this board apparently is not going to contact the Commonwealth and tell them about this disparity. And I find it exceedingly troubling that the solicitor has opined that telling the Commonwealth about this could scuttle the $244,000. If it's that controversial that bringing forth a more comprehensive record to the Commonwealth could cause that money not to be approved by the Commonwealth, then you owe it to the Commonwealth and you owe it to the taxpayers, and really you owe it to other townships to contact the Commonwealth and have them judge this application on its merits, based on the record, based on the history that's been established by this board with respect to this particular project. So I'm having a difficult time containing my disgust, but again, to hear that and to hear that analysis really takes the so-called cake. I'm almost at a loss for words. But putting that aside, since apparently this board won't do anything, I'd like to bring up a comment that Commissioner Spengler made tonight when he was addressing a resident, Baron Gemmer. Mr. Gemmer, when talking about this drive-through that's being proposed, came up with a significant amount of empirical evidence. I didn't see it, but he was referring to internet research he did and the locations of pharmacies and statistics that were formulated. And Commissioner Spengler said back to him that, and he almost said it in a way that was dismissive, very unprofessional in my mind, that he relies on common sense when he makes decisions. And I blanched at that because I recalled in particular one instance of, I guess, what Commissioner Spengler would consider common sense when Dave Bayshore had his termination hearing. During the termination hearing, Mr. Spengler stated that he would write Dave Bayshore a letter of recommendation anywhere. That's common sense to Bill Spengler. That's not common sense necessarily for other people in Radnor Township. Additionally, and this is important, during Dave Bayshore's termination hearing, Bill Spengler said, quote, "But I hope that Dave and his lawyer can work out with the board and their lawyer and that we can come to an agreement with his severance for leaving the township." That's what Commissioner Spengler stated at Dave Bayshore's termination hearing. That might be common sense to some people. I would submit that it would really fall within a very slim minority of residents in Radnor Township. I do hope that the board, every member on it, makes decisions based on the evidence and looks at evidence fairly for every issue that comes before it, and that you don't really go the juvenile elementary school route of just going with your gut. Thank you.
Any other public comment?
Move we adjourn?
Second. We're adjourned.